Morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture, and Sustainable Infrastructure, also known as the ICCEASI 2021, jointly organized by the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, our very own IFERP. Right? Before we proceed,
BBD University paves the way of aspiring future of its students by nurturing their talents to enable them to compete at national and international levels. A beautiful double-storied food court as well as well-furnished cafeteria. A 400-acre lush campus with over more than 22,000 students. An air-conditioned auditorium for holding cultural, technical and academic events. A stadium approved by BCCI to hold A-class national cricket tournaments. A luxurious cafe along with spacious food court for students. The university provides the transportation services with a fleet of 20 coaches available for students and faculties. Along with this, BBD Radio aims to bring forward social ethics in the community, broadcasting the programs from the campus based on the concept of infotainment and education. Separate hostels available for girls and boys with proper fooding and lodging. Round-the-clock in campus medical services along with our regular provisions for checkups, immunization for residents. State-of-the-art infrastructure to provide conducive environment for learning and all-round development. Advanced computing labs and centers implemented by Cisco servers. Rich departmental libraries having more than 2 lakh books, periodicals and journals. At BBD, we churn out citizens of the world, perfect in all respects, be it leadership, leadership, competence, confidence, communication, morals, or knowledge.
Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. Good morning to everyone present here. Today, I, Daljit Pal Singh, research scholar Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, on behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, take this privilege to warmly welcome all our respected and honorable dignitaries and chief guests from all over the world. Chairperson Babu Banarasi Das Group, Ms. Alka Das Gupta ma'am, President Babu Banarasi Das Group, Mr. Viraj Sagar Das sir, Vice Chancellor Babu Banarasi Das University, Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Mittal sir, Professor and Head of Department, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula sir, faculties of all the departments, delegates, and all dear corporates, academicians, and students to our international conference on civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure, ICCEASI 2021, organized by Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. Now, I would like to introduce you all to an intellectual personality, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula sir, Professor and Head of Department, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Professor Om Prakash Netula sir has done his BTech in Civil Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surathkal. Sir has done his MTech with specialization in hydraulics and water resource engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surathkal, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. Sir is also an alumni of XLRI Jamshedpur, Jharkhand, India. His area of interest are pipe friction factor of domestically used pipes and remote sensing in water resources applications. He is also having an expertise in designing and conducting experimental fluid mechanics research problems in fluid. He has more than 122 technical research papers in Web of Sciences, Scopus Indexed, and various international and national journals and conferences worldwide. He has guided 8 number of scholars for PhD awarded at Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. He is an active member of IEEE and member Indian Water Association. He has worked in Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, Chandigarh University, Chandigarh. He has also organized conferences, faculty development programs, workshops, and seminars. He has successfully organized NBA and NAC accreditation in the Suresh Gyan Vihar University, where he has worked. He has also got his institutes, departments, and programs approved by PCI, BCI, and CTE, AICTI, etc. He has also received the Best College of the Region Award for his institutes. He has been organizing Jan Chetna program at Suresh Gyan Vihar University to create awareness in rural masses about health checkup camps, AIDS, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Swachh Gramin Bharat, etc. Currently, he is working as professor and head of department in Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He is actively involved in computational and experimental research work. Good number of research scholars work with him and contribute in the overall scientific development. He is an asset to the institute and contributes in academic, research, and development activities and leads his research community. To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netra sir to introduce everyone briefly about this international conference on civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure, ICCEASI 2021, in association with IFERP. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Daljit. Thank you, everyone, and good morning to everyone. Dear honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Civil Engineering Department, Babu Banarasi Das University, India, I would like to declare this international conference is now open. As it is open, this conference gives us a great pleasure to welcome you, all of you. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to our plenary and honorable chief guest and guest of honor and the keynote speakers, international and national, and the plenary committee, plenary people and international speakers. I would like to express my heartfelt gratefulness to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, of Babu Banarasi Das University, and Mr. Faraz Khan for making this conference possible. All of our speakers are very special and have been selected very carefully so that we can have a variety of topics and benefits from their knowledge. And I would like to introduce to you that our keynote, our honorable chief guest is Professor Munaz Ahmad Noor, is the Vice Chancellor, Sir, of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Digital University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and other keynote speakers of Victor Roma, Professor Phillips, and Dr. Mohammad Ilyas Yusuf, and Dr. Okahama, and Professor Astosh Manti. It is a privilege to have all of you here, as well as the rest of the national speakers. Our thanks and appreciation as also gives all the national speakers and the participants. This support and the contribution for the fundamental is not only making the conference possible. I would like to thank the civil engineering faculty members and other staff members. And holding this conference is an achievement within itself. And with a large number of participants in the Zoom meeting and then YouTube, and this conference is a memorable. Highly educational and not only miss the event, we hope this conference will help you better and understand this subject in civil engineering and architecture and obtain the knowledge necessary to improve the state of the subject in our country. We truly value our participants and the support of this conference. Thank you so much for joining in this on Zoom and YouTube for your kind attention and participation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next, over to this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And all right, before we proceed, I would like to tell everyone a little bit about Babu Banarasi Das University. So the university provides an open opportunity to the young generation for evolving their core competencies and to build their career as world-class professionals with broad-based foundation, in-depth knowledge, and versatile personality to meet the challenges of global economy is Babuji's vision, who is late ex-Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. The vision of the university is to transform the way people think by teaching them problem solving, leadership, and teamwork skills. Also, the value of commitment to quality, ethical behavior, and respect for others. We want every member of our university to enjoy diverse opportunities for intellectual, personal, and professional growth. Learning and working at BBD University will foster quick, well-rounded minds, well-equipped to succeed in our fast-changing world. The mission of the university strives to educate students in a way that transforms them into leaders who can make a difference in the world. We aim, or the university aim, to impart futuristic and high quality technical, management, and medical education to the young and talented Indian and international students. We strive to become the front runner in the field of education in India by attracting and nurturing the best talent and providing them a platform where they can strengthen and grow their core competencies and build their career as world-class professionals. We will provide, or the university will provide, a lifetime outside the classroom experience by setting up world-class infrastructure and facilities for sports, recreation, cultural, and personality development. And also a little bit about the conference. This conference, the intent of the activity is to let the folks acquaint with transcendental growth, recent trends, innovations, and security issues involved in the domain of civil, environmental science, construction management, structures, renewable energy, architecture, disaster management, geotechnical engineering, earth science, and ocean engineering, and their impact on societal applications through various brainstorming sessions. This conference will facilitate the young researchers, industries, and research agencies, especially those who are carrying out their research work in the aforesaid domain of civil and allied subjects, with valuable discussions in order to make the outcomes more realistic. And now I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome our beloved professor and head, Dr. Prakash Nitola, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, CEO, our very own CEO, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, or IFERP. Our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Munaz Ahmed Noor, Vice Chancellor, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Digital University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Our honorable keynote speakers, Professor Ashutosh Mohanty, Professor, Faculty of Science and Technology, Center of Excellence in Disaster Management and Environment, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. Also, Dr. Muhammad Alias Yusuf, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, National Defense University of Malaysia. Our plenary speaker, Mr. Aton Roy Chidari, Manager, Head of Department FSM, Technical and R&D, Bangka Bayulu Unlimited. Oh, Bayulu Limited, rather. Also, I would like to welcome our session chairs for today. Mr. Shubhranshu Jaiswal, Assistant Professor and Department in Charge, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Mrs. Neti Mishra, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Mr. Maud Afaki Khan, Assistant Professor, BBD University, Lucknow. Mr. Kamal Nab, Assistant Professor, BBD University, Lucknow. Mr. Ankit Verma, Assistant Professor, BBD University, Lucknow. Mr. Faraz Khan, Assistant Professor, BBD University, Lucknow. Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, Assistant Professor, BBD University, Lucknow. Thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our technical session chairs and presenters from reputed colleges of India as well as from abroad, who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Welcome again, welcome again all. And I would like to thank Mr. Daljit Pal for introducing earlier. Thank you so much, Professor. And also Professor Prakash Nitola, the head of Department for Civil Engineering. Thank you so much earlier. Now I would like to request our beloved CEO, our very own Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati of IFERP to address the conference. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jozo. Good morning, Daljit. Thank you very much for this privilege to speak on behalf of IFERP. A dream, a emotion, and a sentiment, as well as a strength for all engineers, all professors, academicians in India and Asia today. Amid this pandemic, as our commitment towards academics, our objective, our mission and vision says to provide uninterrupted academic services, whatever the situation may be. So our team of IFERP and Technored Group are really working hard towards making these type of conferences successful. And since 2019 COVID-19 pandemic, I think we have organized more than 130 plus online events, online continuous education conferences. to bridge the gap, even though colleges and universities were sort all across the globe. We are closely associated with universities and colleges in India and Asia Pacific region, as well as in Middle East also, by providing to provide academic services to them. IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is privileged here, and I say we are absolutely obliged to the management of Babu Banarasi Das University for their immense trust and immense faith on IFERP and Technored Group for providing this privilege or opportunity to serve these esteemed universities and the university BBD, which has been a spectacular organization and has created huge academic and scientific impact in northern part of the nation since last couple of decades. There are many students and delegates and international participants also attending this conference. I hope we all of us know about Honorable Sir late Sri Babu Banarasi Das, who was one of the leading freedom fighter of the country, and who led the nation and the folks and the Indians of northern part of India to fight with European invaders and to fight against colonialism and make India today a freedom and the second largest democracy of the globe. The reason behind the excellence of our institutions, our universities and organizations of India is about is all about serving not only our country, it's about serving the entire globe. We do follow the same path also. We are serving the different universities and institutions, academic institutions all across the globe, irrespective of considering the countries as developed and still developing. We believe it is a combined effort. It is a integrated effort. It is a joint venture in which institutions and organizations, higher education systems of different countries should be clubbed together and integrate each other and get synchronized towards knowledge propagation, thus building up a greater standard and building up a greater scopes and opportunity for the researchers, the budding innovators all across the globe, and direct them towards innovations and sustainable energy. And on this regard, we have been organizing this type of conferences, and we have been partnering with institutions by establishing university and institutional chapters, faculty chapters, student chapters, and joint education program. We have also initiated a few steps by which we are connecting universities to universities and establishing a proper interface between them, where the knowledge and excellence of the experts and faculties get integrated with each other and will be diverted towards the academic excellence. Moreover, we are trying to publish a large number of articles. I believe in this COVID-19 period, I think 17% of the total articles published in a globe were contributed from our nation. And we have been a small part of this, and we are providing our services regarding developing and scrutinizing articles and assisting researchers to develop their proposals and articles which could be published in Scopus Index journals or other highly indexed journals. We are also building up better platforms where the research works could be propagated, promulgated, and referred, and could be cited also. And my hearty thanks to the entire team of Babu Banarasi Das University, the management of the university, Mrs. Alka Das ma'am, and Professor Arun Kumar Mittal, Vice Chancellor, BBD University, as well as Mr. Viraj Sagar Das, President of BBD Group. I express my hearty gratitude to the entire organizing committee members, the faculties, and the conference chair, as well as the organizing secretary, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula, and all the keynote speakers for their presence, for their valuable time to add values and informations to this conference and make it worth attending. We do organize scientific activities in different fields, but civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure is a very budding and very emerging aspect today we need to talk on. I wish everyone the best for this conference, and I believe my colleagues and my team of entire IFERP are dedicated and committed towards providing best possible academic and scientific services to each and everyone. So I greet everyone with best wishes towards making this conference a valuable sessions by presenting their ideas and innovations. My hearty thanks once again to all the keynote speakers for their valuable time. I believe this conference will definitely create a better impact towards sustainable infrastructure that we and our organizations and our country building in upcoming days with following days. And I express everyone best wishes as well as a healthy life. The few words from Bhagavad Gita is reverberating in my mind. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve vadrani pashyantu ma kaschid dukhav bhavet, which says that everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, and nation, should have a healthy life. And amid this COVID-19 pandemic situation, my prayers for safe and healthy life of everyone. I wish everyone all the best towards this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And now we'd like to request our plenary speaker, Mr. Aton Roy Choudhury, to share his wonderful thoughts. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So first of all, I would like to thank you everyone for providing me this opportunity to share my thoughts on waste management and sanitation. So basically, this is an integral part of civil engineering. Environmental engineering is nothing but an integral part, but that has been long neglected. And in recent year, I would rather say in past 1 decade, this has gained an immense amount of attention from the central government as well as from the state governments in India. And that is the key factor or motivating factor behind rolling the stone, which was unturned for last couple of decades. So definitely, like the way we are over consuming all our resources with limited stock availability, we are going to scarce our sources in next forthcoming couple of decades. And that is the main part of worry. In order to mitigate that, in order to compensate that forthcoming devastating future, the only option left with us is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Rather, we call it actually these days 4R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. So the first thing that we need to do is reduction in consumption. We need to cull off the maximum amount possible in terms of the consumption of raw virgin materials, followed by reuse. Start reusing. I actually fundamentally believe that we Indians are actually the best RRR followers in the entire world. How exactly? So I'd give you a small example to introduce this concept. So the first thing is, during our childhood, we actually have been introduced to different kind of health drinks, right? Like Horlicks, Complans, and kind of stuff like that. But the bottle, that the packaging that it was coming with, either it was glass bottle during 90s, later on during early 2000, it was converted to plastic bottle. But have we ever, after consumption of the product, have we ever considered throwing that bottle? Actually, the answer is no, because we actually used to wash up those bottles and we used to use it for some other application, some other storage application, or some other purposes. So the thing is, this reduce, reuse, and recycle concept has been concurrently inherited in our blood from our forefathers. So automatically, what I do believe, we are the biggest recyclers in the entire world. Do we actually throw our old newspapers? We don't. We actually store them and we actually sell it off for a recycling purpose. So why can't we actually culminate this particular practice in a larger scale? Why can't we do that? That is going to save us in terms of minimizing the consumption of raw virgin product. Subsequently, it is going to help us minimizing our carbon footprint. Now, talking about carbon footprint, there are plenty of industries till at today's date which are actually or purposefully not incorporating the sufficient amount of air pollution control measures that they can actually culminate into their system. So this is the kind of mindset that needs to be developed. And if that is not developing, automatically the alternate option is there. We need to come up with more stringent norms, laws, and regulations, and better implementation and scrutinization, so that any deviator can be penalized on spot, and digitalization of this entire system is going to help us in rather extracting better benefits. Like for an example, in recent couple of years back, we have introduced a new system called CEMS, Continuous Emission Monitoring System, which is very relevant from the perspective of our India's capital, Delhi. So Delhi is one of the most polluted cities in terms of the air quality, right? We all know, we all are aware of this fact. But why Delhi is polluted? The first and foremost thing is point sources, because there are multiple industries which are operating in Delhi and which are not compliant as per the NAAQM, National Ambient Air Quality Norm. So automatically, Central Pollution Control Board has come up with one new novel innovative idea that rather than manually monitoring the smoke that is coming out, that air parcel that is coming out of the chimney, rather than manually monitor 1,300 liters per person per capita, which was back in 2000 somewhere around 1,535. And as per the forecasting that has been made, it is going to be somewhere around 1,125 by 2025. So automatically we are getting scarcer in terms of the fresh water availability. And surprisingly, our water demand is rising up every time. Every odd day, our water demand is rising up like anything. For an example, if I try to portray the things in terms of number, my water demand in terms of agriculture by 2025 is going to be increased by 23%. My domestic water demand is going to be increased by 33.25%. And the industrial water demand is going to be gigantically escalated by 81%. So how to compensate this demand? My water availability is going scarcer every day, whereas contradictorily, my demand is escalating like anything. So the only thing is we have to think of wastewater recycling. We have to think of treating the wastewater and reusing it back into the system. For that, instead of thinking of the centralized system, if I talk about India, at today's date, the total number of STPs, sewage treatment plant in India, is somewhere around 829, of which only 513 plants or STPs are functioning. That too, these STPs have been developed somewhere back in 2005 or early 2000s, I would rather say. And all these technologies are mostly ASP or UASBR based technique, which are rather obsolete for meeting today's demand, for meeting the stringent norm that has been drafted by NGT recently in November 2019. So automatically we need to come up with more robust and more functional system where we would be able to recycle our water in a proper way, and we can be reusing it back for our own demand compensation. Another objective here in terms of water recycling I would like to introduce is micromanagement of wastewater. Why we need to always rely on the government in terms of the recycling or waste management or treatment? Why can't we do it on our own? So recently, government of Karnataka Pollution Control Board has identified all these gated communities or apartments or bungalows or villas, something like majorly contributing to the pollution load of wastewater into red category. So when you establish any kind of property or industry, automatically Pollution Control Board have different categories like white, green, orange, and red based on the kind of pollution it is going to create, kind of trouble it is going to cause to environment. So red is the highest category, whereas white is the lowest polluting category. So this all gated communities, bungalows and villa on the top surface, on the periphery, we understand that it is not going to create any sort of pollution. Rather, in terms of the wastewater generation, it is creating a havoc amount of pollution to the environment. If we try to go by the numbers, 80% of the water that we consume every day that gets transformed into wastewater. So that wastewater needs to be dealt at micromanagement level. So for that, we have at Banka Bio Limited come up with a solution called package STP that can be easily installed within a very small footprint. And the same is going to give you the liberty of reusing your gray and black water back into your system for gardening, for toilet flushing, all these applications. Now, if I try and talk about the solid waste management, the scenario of solid waste is quite hazardous at today's date. Theoretically, solid waste, the municipal solid waste should be non-toxic. But unknowingly, we actually end up mixing the domestic hazardous waste into regular municipal solid waste like creams, nail pens, polishes, tube lights, CFL bulbs, all these things, they are having hazard component in it. And we end up actually discarding all this thing into regular municipal solid waste. So that actually transforms our regular non-toxic municipal solid waste into a toxic phenomena. And that is going to harm the entire process of processing and disposal of municipal solid waste, or the process of recovery from municipal solid waste. The recovery could be either in the form of nutrient, like product recovery in the form of compost, or the recovery in the form of energy. Energy can be retracted from municipal solid waste by using incineration based system, which is thermochemical system. Rather, there are biological options available as well, like biomethanation process, where energy can be drawn from municipal solid waste by anaerobic digestion mechanism. So why can't we think of it at a bigger phenomena where MSW can be completely incorporated? We can do actually the home segregation, the source segregation, and the organic MSW can be actually incorporated into biomethanation process, and it can be transformed into energy. Recently, couple of days back, I don't know how many people follow Man Ki Baat. That is an initiative by our Honorable Prime Minister. So there he has mentioned about one biogas plant running in Hyderabad, Boinpalli. So this Boinpalli market in Hyderabad, they have come up with a wonderful idea. Whatsoever the vegetable waste that they are generating on regular basis, rather than dumping it elsewhere, rather than throwing it elsewhere and polluting the environment, they have started utilizing it. They have put up a biogas plant of 10 tons per day capacity, where all this food waste is being processed and converted into biogas. And that entire biogas is consumed for the vegetable market, for lighting and all other electrical applications. If I go by the numbers now, India is generating somewhere around 90 million tons of solid waste every annum, of which approximately 62 million tons is getting generated from the rural. We talk about municipal solid waste management, but we don't segregate between rural and urban India. Tier 1 category cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta, Hyderabad, they are having their own processing and disposal facility. But how about Tier 2 cities like Indore, Gwalior, Noida? Those cities are also slowly coming up with, they are also trying to merge up with the existing Tier 1 category cities. But how about rural India? Are we actually giving enough limelight to them? Are we actually throwing enough amount of resources to them? The answer is no. And if I go by the count, approximately 60% to 70% of the MSW is getting generated from the rural India. And mostly rural MSW is organic in nature. About 70 to 75% of the rural MSW is organic in nature. So there is a huge scope of recovery of compost from it. There's a huge scope of recovery of biogas from it. So we need to think on that respect as well. Now coming to the last part of my lecture, sanitation. So what are we doing in terms of sanitation? So basically we Indians are flushers, right? An average male or female in Asia excrete about 400 to 500 grams of human fecal matter every day. And as because we are flushers, we flushes up with 5 to 7 liters of water. So have we ever think of that we are excreting 400 grams, and for that we are utilizing approximately 5 to 7 liters of water every flush? Is it worth enough when we are leading towards a water scarcity? The answer is of course no. So we need to come up with new ideas, such as an innovative product that we have in Banka Bio. We are calling it Footloop, where it is a complete contactless system, and that is in support of Corona. It is one of the bliss to have, and it uses only 1.2 liters of water every flush. That is one of the innovative product that we have recently come up with during this pandemic period. Moving forward, how to collect this excreta and how to treat it where the areas are non-sewered. That means in cities and Tier 1 categories, town and those kind of setups, we are having sewerage system, right? My toilets and everything is connected. My gray water and black water is collected together, and through this sewerage network, it goes to a centralized wastewater treatment facility where it is getting treated. But how about non-sewered areas where I'm solely relying on septic tank system? So once my septic tank gets filled, what will happen to it? So typically in regular household setup, we have a septic tank of 5 meter cube capacity on an average. And that takes approximately 2 to 3 years in order to get filled. But once it gets filled, what is the way forward? What is the solution? So you will give a call to the municipality, local municipality or urban local body. They will come, they will decant the excreta from your septic chamber, and it's good to go, right? But what will happen to the excreta that they have collected? So primarily 80% of this excreta decanted from your septic tank, it actually ends up into the surface water bodies. And to your knowledge, my friend, 1 liter of septage, 1 liter of this septic tank effluent has a potential to pollute 500 to 800 liters of fresh water. It leads to approximately 1 lakh diarrheal deaths in India till date under the age of 0 to 5 years of children. So we need to rethink this entire approach where this fecal sludge can be treated either in STPs, though they are not non-severe areas. Of course, they need to be decanted, and decanters need to be trained in such a fashion. The mindset needs to be changed in such a fashion that irrespective of the distance, they need to carry it to the centralized STPs. If the distance is too high, if it is not economical to carry, the second option is we need to come up with small scale capacities, decentralized fecal sludge treatment plants. So this fecal sludge has a very high pollution concentration when compared to the regular wastewater. So the system of the fecal sludge treatment plant needs to be such robust that it should be able to tackle the pollution load that is coming in terms of inflow. And there is a huge opportunity of recovering approximately 75% of water from your septic tank effluent. That means if you are generating approximately 90 or 100 liters, for an example, 100 liters of septic tank effluent every day, there is a possibility that 70 liters of fresh water can be withdrawn out of it. And approximately 4 kg out of 100 liters, 4 kg of compost or manure can be retracted out of it. So that is what the comprehensive summary of my overall talk. I hope I was able to inculcate a certain fragment or certain flavor of environmental management or waste management into your mind. With this, I would like to conclude my session. I'm open to the forum for any question. Thank you. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
All right. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right. Thank you so much, sir. And now we are glad to invite our honorable chief guest. In the history of Bengali nation, the historic 7 March speech is an unforgettable event. In this day, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, declared 2 significant things. He declared the independence of Bangladesh and economic emancipation. We got our independent Bangladesh after 9 months of independence war under his leadership. However, our economic liberation, which is Sonar Bangla couldn't achieve in his hands, as he, along with his family members, was brutally killed in August 15, 1975. Now, the daughter of the father of the nation, our honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, is fulfilling her father's dream to create Sonar Bangla, which in her words is digital Bangladesh, whereby we will become a middle-income country by 2021 and a developed country by 2041. Now, this newly established Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Digital University, based on its name, has both Bangabandhu and digital vision. This is why this university is vital to the Bengali nation. Bangabandhu Digital University, or BDU, has the mandate to establish, sustain, and support the digital Bangladesh vision. This is significant and challenging responsibility for all the staff members, faculty members, and students of this university. This digital university should retain the heart of a traditional university, while at the same time will embrace new tastes, new literature, and new values. I am grateful to our honorable Prime Minister for entrusting with that immense responsibility. The vision of this digital university is to become the world's leading teaching, learning, and research universities in science, technology, and engineering. The mission is to reduce skills gap that exists between industry and academia. We would like to produce competency-based human resources so that they can immediately contribute to nation building after graduation. Students preparing for the digital age must have an understanding of the basics of STEM. The vision is to create an online learning platform for all citizens of Bangladesh. Everybody should be in the workforce. With this online platform, learning will be individualized and may provide more choices for the citizens who in the past had only limited choices. This will not replace the traditional classroom but enhance it. We need to promote education that teaches reason, values, analysis, and even invention. Future workers should be flexible, inventive, creative, and able to work in teams. The future is limitless, but to reach it, we need new concepts of education, learning, and teaching. This digital revolution will sweep away all the old darkness and old practices. We cannot fight it, but we can adapt to it. It is a new age. It is for us to acknowledge the value and idea of a digital university. Let us welcome Vice Chancellor Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Digital University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, Professor Dr. Munaz Ahmed Noor. Good morning, sir.
Am I audible? And am I
Yes,
visible?
you are. Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson of the today's conference, International Conference of Civil Engineering, Architects, and Sustainable Infrastructure, jointly organized by IFERP. The steering committee members, the chief patron of this Babu Banarasi Das University, Ms. Oloka Das, the president of Babu Banarasi Das Group, Mr. Viraj Sagar Das, the vice chancellor, honorable vice chancellor of BBD, Professor Arun Kumar Mittal, the distinguished guests, speakers, keynote speakers, and faculty members of BBD, and my dear students of the BBD. Good morning, my salam, adab, and namaskar to all of you. I'm delighted to be present here in this virtual conference. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank BBD Authority to inviting me as the chief guest of this inaugural session of the conference. When I got the invitation, the many names actually came to my mind. And one of the names are the city Agra, one of the seven wonders of the world, the Taj Mahal. I visited several times in India, but unfortunately, I have never been to Agra. So if there were no corona, probably I would have visited Agra this time and physically attend the conference, this virtual conference. And I was always fascinated by the name Lucknow, the capital city of Uttar Pradesh, which was the seat of power of the Nawabs families during the 1800s and 1900s. You know, I'm not going to talk about any engineering or civil engineering today, because you will be listening lots of keynote speech and lots of research paper in the conference. And I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about the BDU a little bit. The introducer actually talked about BDU a little bit, and that was my writing on a newspaper, News Daily in Bangladesh. This Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Digital University established, is a very new university, established back in 2018, and it is only 3 years old. And the main purpose of establishing this university is to produce skilled human resources to cater the fourth industrial revolution. Also, we have a perspective plan that by the year 2041, Bangladesh will try to become a developed country. And by this time, this 2021, we have already graduated to a middle-income country. So we need a lot of human resources, and to take advantage of the demographic dividend. So this type of specialized universities are required. So we started with a very multidisciplinary subjects. We have one subject of Bachelor of Science in IoT and Bachelor of Science in ICT in education. And we are going to start 2 more subjects within next year, Bachelor of Science in Data Analytics and Management, and Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, and also in Artificial Intelligence. Mostly these subjects are known for the 4th Industrial Revolution. You know, we all are passing through a very difficult time, this corona pandemic, and we found that the Delta variation during May, April, and June, India passed through a very difficult time. And after that, Bangladesh also passed through a very difficult time. And back in 2020, March 17, we actually closed down all the schools and the universities of Bangladesh. And just few days back, we reopened our universities. And during all these 18 months, the whole schools and universities were closed. But definitely the online teaching learning was going on. And we tried to provide teaching learning to the mass through television, the radio, synchronous, asynchronous platforms. But it was very difficult to reach everyone, because we all know that in South Asia, though it is not a very developed country, resources are limited, and the resources of the individual students or the learners are also limited. The devices are limited, the internet access are limited. So we could not reach all of them. And during this time, we found the importance of the schools and university, and also we found the importance of the face-to-face learning. Before that, everyone was saying that online learning is the future. Yeah, definitely the online learning is the future, but it will enhance the face-to-face learning. It will not be there to replace the face-to-face learning, because education is not only to get the knowledge and skills, but it also give the social values and social skills or emotional skills to the students. That is fundamentally important for the learners, and that's why they need to be in the school. We all talk about the 4th Industrial Revolution, right? And we talk about industry academia gap. So research is very important, and what one of our presenter also was talking about, the importance of the intelligence, the importance of the problem solving, because the main fundamental of everything of the 4th Industrial Revolution for the learners is to solve problems. If they cannot solve problems, the knowledge and skills they are getting in the universities are probably meaningless. So to solve the problems, they have to be very, very critical thinking. They have to acquire the critical thinking skills. So most of our universities, other than the Polytechnic and engineering, they give the knowledge to the students and very less skill. But engineering students actually acquire some of the skills they require to get the job. So what we now try to do in our country or in the South Asia, that there must be a balance between skill and the knowledge that we give in the undergraduate students, so that after the graduation, they can immediately go to the job market. And we must know the 0-day skill required for the industry. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the university to give them that 0-day skill. And that's why always the industry is saying that your curriculum is not up to date. Your students are not that much skillful, so that we can give them the job. So that is another important thing that we must actually remember, because we should understand that the future jobs will be taken over by the AI and the robots. The jobs which can be automated or which can be programmed will be actually taken over by the robots. That is the fundamental thing. And whatever we start studying today, maybe it will get a little bit obsolete after 5 or 6 years. Maybe, I don't know, in future whether we will need civil engineers at all, because AI will be in that state that it can do many things, many calculations, many designs, so that we will not actually need any civil engineers. Maybe civil engineers will become redundant after 10 to 15 years. When we studied back in 80s that the shelf life of any skill was 30 years, but the shelf life of current skills are less than 10 years. And we or you, many students do not know what their job will be. Maybe their job has not been at all invented at the present moment. Maybe they will invent the new job. So our universities should adapt to this, the changing world, because the university degrees takes 4 years. By the time they finish their degree, their learning or their skills might become very obsolete. So that is a big challenge for the universities. So we must go for metacognition, that we must teach our students how to learn how to learn, because they must learn many things after the graduation. So lifelong learning is very, very important. And the 3 skills which actually allow them to survive in the future education or future job market is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So he must unlearn what he already learned, and he must relearn or upskilling, reskilling himself to adapt or to survive. So having said all this, I'm not going to take much of your time. Whenever I think of Lucknow, or whenever I think of Uttar Pradesh, the many cities came to my mind, because there are many famous cities in Uttar Pradesh. I don't know whether you understand or not, because you live in the Uttar Pradesh, because there are Aligarh, Allahabad, Kanpur, Mudarabad, Agra, Mirzapur, Banarasi, many cities we have actually heard when we studied the history of Mughals and Delhi Sultanates. So these are very, very important cities. And the most important things, the largest basin of the Ganges actually reside in Uttar Pradesh. You know, and there are many famous universities in Uttar Pradesh. There's Allahabad University, Amity University, IIT Kanpur, and many other I can name, and so on and so forth. So sometimes I think that why can't I travel from Dhaka to any city of Uttar Pradesh by a steamer through this Ganga, or what we call Podda, and how fascinating that would be, but still we cannot. So your one of the IFPER CEOs was saying that everybody should have a good life, irrespective of caste, race, and religion from the Veda. So still we are divided by this caste, race, and religion. Otherwise, the South Asian part would have been a single economic zone like European Union. Still, we could not do this. But what I believe in this era, everything is multidisciplinary, and collaboration is very, very important. So we must collaborate with each other, and the collaboration should start from people-to-people contact. And we can start this by collaborating with Indian universities, though we have a lot of collaboration with many Indian universities, and also, but we should enhance it more, and to close the gap between the people-to-people. And then someday, this whole South Asian part will be a big economic power, because all the talents actually comes from this part of the world, and they go to the Western world or developed world for better life. No problem with that. But they are coming back and they are helping us. So when we become one, this whole South Asia will become a huge economic power and huge market. So it will have a very good influence on the world to remove the difference between caste, race, and religion. So we must work together. That is the fundamental key to success and to develop and to give a better life to our citizen or the people. So I should finish by paying homage to Babu Banarasi Das, the ex-chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, and he has contributed a lot to the development of the Uttar Pradesh. Also, I remember the help and my gratitude to the Indian Prime Minister, then Indian Prime Minister, the Srimati Indira Gandhi, who actually helped Bangladesh during our liberation war. So we are always grateful to our neighboring country, India, that they help us to self-determinate ourselves, that we always remember, that always cherish, and always grateful. So again, thank you, BBD, for inviting me in this virtual conference. I'm humbled, I'm proud, and I feel very honored. And if there are any occasions, then definitely I'll be in touch with the BBD. I'm basically a civil engineer. My specialization is in material science, earthquake engineering, and disaster management. So I work in these fields. So future, maybe this is the first contact with you, and I think it will continue and it will remain. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for listening me with patience. So I finish this speech by hoping and wishing the great success of this virtual conference. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munaz Ahmed Noor, addressing the gathering. And now let's proceed to our keynote sessions. It's our eminence pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Professor, Faculty of Science and Technology, Center of Excellence in Disaster Management and Environment, 17 years of strategic leadership experience and expertise on interdisciplinary academic teaching, skilled training, research, outreach program, management on integrated disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation and resilience, urban environmental management, governance and policy affairs, water resource management, green and clean energy, EIA, sustainable development and mountain development strategies, ideas, policies, and practices in developing countries. Already worked for South, Southeast, Central Asian countries, and Hindu Kush Himalaya region. Associated with institutional and human capacity. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Associated with institutional and human capacity development, regional collaboration and networking, applied research, interdisciplinary DRR curriculum development, modular training, and M&E program. Associated institution and center of excellence in the region like Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, Dhaka, Bangladesh, CSK Agriculture University, HP, India, CSIR Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, Palaki University, Olomouc, Czech Republic, Institute of Mountain Hazards and Environment, CAS, China, Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi, India, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, India. Let us welcome Professor Ashutosh Mohanty.
Okay, very good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Ashutosh Mohanty. I have already, you have already informed about me, my experience in the region, because I work almost like Hindu Kush Himalaya and, some part of Europe as well as Southeast Asia countries and Central Asia. So in that way, I'm specialized in disaster risk reduction program, and I have developed several activities in this region. So this is about the bio brief about me already I shared. So in that way, just start my sharing my screen. I think all of you are seeing my screen.
Yes, we do. Proceed,
Yeah.
Professor.
Okay. So in that way, the Hindu Kush Himalaya, why I'm showing that, because the region, like 8 countries I'm working as a, like a scientist with the EC mode, as well as I'm a professor for that. So that's why I showing my expertise on that area where it is very fragile, why we have to take action. And then because of this content of this, the international event, I will more focus on the, structural and infrastructure, how to make that resilient. All the way I just informed, like why the Hindu Kush Himalaya that I'm working is very vulnerable, because you see that is located in the central of all Himalaya, and 1.3 billion people depend upon the water tower that Himalaya, because it is a fresh water, and it is covered with 17% global glacier in this whole region. And you might see that my presentation is 50,000 glacier considered as a third pole. Apart from the 2 pole, it is called as a third pole because of this large glacier caps. In that way, we have say all the information here. Let me discuss about the topic and content, what I will give to present in this my 30 minutes presentation. So I will give a brief about the global scenario, because if you see, because mostly I worked previously the World Bank and all. So in that way, we have last 2 decades, we saw there is number of disaster happening all the Southeast Asia and this country is more vulnerable. And you see the affecting more than 4 billion people. And it is, like every, and these 2 decades, you can see there is a statistics that showing that almost like 1 million people dying every in these 2 decades. That is the statistics. And also 2.9 trillion that globally impact on economic loss, that informed in the World Bank 2019. That is the statistical records it shows. And why happening? Because we have 2 scenarios. One is anthropogenic, another is unanthropogenic. Because you see, we have several development activities. We have several, development happening all over the world, because we need development. In that way, we are destroying the forest. We have, making some kind of, many industry has developed all the region of, like Asia Pacific and Central Asia, even other countries like China, India, and also US and other countries. So that is a major impact on global scenario, because of the, that scenario, it having all the impact of global, climate change and the sea level rising and all other things. The temperature has been rising all over the globe. So it having the adverse and the reverse, impact on the human beings and the whole region. So in that way, we have studied about the watershed, because I saw that Himalaya is called as water tower, because there's all 9 countries where I'm already worked and very few Indian. So in my study, I found like there are a number of issue challenges. We have to see the infrastructure, how it could be developed, how the disaster could be, the people could be more resilient, how the mechanism could be developed. So all the things we have studied, and we have published several research paper. You can go to the Google Scholar and you will find some of my publication on that. So in that course, we have a very good benchmark in the Sendai framework action, because in 2015 I was there in Sendai in in Japan. So one of the session, the Highland Himalaya. So in that way, we have studied there is like and like we have like 700 people, 700 million people are depending on the water of that area, and a lot of thing issues because of the water scarcity, because there is a other way adversely impact of the climate change. Okay, so any issue? Okay, so let's discuss about the what is the Sendai framework, how to something related to resilient the people, and it based on several of my research. Okay, second chapter. So it is looks like because I share the screen is okay, or I have to make it white. Okay, so in this way we have to a system building back better, because in the Sendai framework, the first two themes you have seen in that for sustainable development. The first is the poverty reduction. Second, making how to make people the hunger, hunger-free world. So that is the first two the points that has been addressed in the Sendai framework. So all this because I informed like this, in last 2 decades, number of disasters are happening all over the globe. Like recently we have experienced 2 big cyclones in part of India. One is Fani and another is there is a Amphan. So in that way, there is a lot of casualties, destruction, economic loss in the whole region. So if you see that why it is happening, what are the causes, and how the infrastructure could be resilient, because this conference are more 3 things: civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure. That's why I more focus on the infrastructure. What are the strategy could be taken for this building back better? That is the main concept of my presentation. So in that way, we have to see why it is very vulnerable, and what kind of strategy we can take for infrastructure could more resilient for future disasters, even landslides, cyclones, and all. So these are the major disasters that happening in this due course of time, and it is having a very adverse impact globally. So as I mentioned, the first 2 priority of the Sendai framework action, and the priority is that poverty and hunger. So we have to have a making something how to make the resilient infrastructure. Infrastructure does not means like we will make some kind of housing or but there's a very holistic approach. We have to have a holistic financial arrangement, financial development, as well as there is a infrastructure of like a hospital. There is a need of development of other school, education, institutional, and a communication system, other connectivity, all these industries. Even there is industry and market, all are essential service that provide day-to-day life. We have to need a very holistic study and holistic mechanism, resilient mechanism for whole region. That is very important for us. In that way, country like India, where we have more disaster happening every year, new variety, new kinds of disaster happening all over many parts of the country, because it is a very diversified country with a lot of, because one part is very cold region, area, and another desert area, another is also coastal area. So we have 3 type of ecosystem. You can find number of things, climatic condition in many parts of India. So we have to have a holistic study and holistic approach for this kind of resilient infrastructure mechanism. So how to make these things? We have to have a we have to make some kind of coherent and a collaborative approach to address this kind of in making this infrastructure arrangement quite very productive way. So we have to have a see what are the fragility. Last 2 decades we have some kind of study what are the infrastructure very vulnerable, particularly in coastal region, in the mountain region, in the desert region. So we have to have a record, a database, So that we have developed with the NASA, and I'm working with the World Bank project recently with NOAA and NASA. So we have a study of a whole 15 countries in Asia Pacific. In that way, we have made a record. We have a database, so we see what need to be done to the arrangement with the people, with the government, with the various development agencies like UN bodies, World Bank, and all. Then experts and education institute, because we are academician, we are university professors, so we are taking the feedback from all over the stakeholders on this region. So we get the information, we have a database, then we analyze, then we have studied, and we make some kind of arrangement for the next 2 decades, because Sendai framework is 2015 to 2030. There is main goal of this whole Sendai framework is to reduce the vulnerability and the death rate up to 1 lakh, because it is some million. You mentioned about the last 2 decades, it is 700,000. It's a very huge loss of human life and property and all kind of infrastructure loss. How to ensure the resilient infrastructure? We have to have a risk mapping, that is very important, and we have to have a mechanism. Where are the vulnerability area? Which infrastructure is more vulnerable? And then we have to have a research and development. As I have done several simulations and modelings, because we have to, as a academician, as a background of science and technology, we have to have a several simulation. We conduct different part of India and in India Pacific, even Central Asia, because we have a corporate worlds and different universities we have collaborating. So in that way, we see several modeling that successful case studies. So that way we bring the knowledge and the best practices from the whole different part of the world, so that our infrastructure will be more resilient. Secondly, we have to have a multi-stakeholder collaboration that I have mentioned, like academia, technical institution, like IITs in India, and other IITs in the even BDA, Bangladesh Science and Technology, BUET, and other institute that we are working. Even Mongolia and China, because I'm also working as a visiting faculty of Beijing Normal University. So we have a very good collaboration and linkage among the institute to bringing some kind of knowledge and best practices with the collaboration, with the stakeholder collaboration among the academia. That is very important. Third is about the increased access of disaster resilient design. So if you have some kind of, because most of your students are engineering and architects, and they know how to design, because we have to have a better design than more resilient. So we have to bring some kind of best knowledge that is from Japan, because they have very much good, well-designed infrastructure in the world. So we can bring some design from the US, because they are more vulnerable in their coast. So, and also you can see there is Chinese design technology that recently they have established in the different part of Hong Kong and other part of their mainland. Although they have developing, there are several mechanisms on that. So legal framework, because we need a legal framework to implement that one. That is very important, because building code, because I have a 2-3 project that about how to make the infrastructure more resilient in Himalaya, because this is my more thematic area and my specialized and focus area. So we have developed some with the government of India. We have bringing some kind of legality and building codes that we acknowledge the people and government to please giving more focus on that, so that future disaster or any kind of vulnerability, you have to have a mechanism to know how it could be more resilient and susceptible to all kind of earthquake and even landslide vulnerability in that region. Third, about the targeted knowledge tool and operational support. We have to have knowledge. We have to have a indigenous knowledge. We have to have some kind of knowledge that technology. We have to have a early warning system. That are all together we bring to make our program more susceptible and very resilient for our region. And then in the due course of time, we have to have a mechanism of financial resilience, because we have developed some mechanism to financial resilience, because there is a in our part government having some support for the insurance, the financing of the crops, even financing some kind of infrastructure. That is very, very important. So we have to have a knowledge, thoughts, and all kind of have a mechanism, financial support for this kind of infrastructure resilient. So we have to see the nature, because we cannot change the nature. You know, nature is beautiful, nature is very vulnerable, because if you violating, or you are misleading, or you are doing some kind of activity that is not good for nature, you are so we have to have some kind of mechanism how to conserve the nature, and we have to make some kind of arrangements. So this is a way we have to have some sorry. So in that way, we have to have some very coherent strategy. We have to have regarding about the climate, that is reality, because of the climate change, we are happening lot of things in the different part. There is a long, because in our part recently we can see there is a flooding in many part of India and many part of even South Asia. So we have see the situation how it could be more vulnerable. So, and this way, we have to have a no do harm principles. In that, and then we have to have adhering to risk-informed development, because we have to see where is the risk, how to address this kind of risk in the future. That are the things, and we have to have honoring the traditional wisdom, because if we have knowledge, both traditional and technological inputs, then we could better prepare for the future disaster. These are the things we have to see. And third, and on the list, we can say the building of the capacity, because we have to have a different tier of capacity development. One is regional, secondly, national. We have to have a, provincial. We have a local, community level. Even the, there's every level there is a need of coherence, and there is a need of very much coherence between all kind of multi-layer capacity development. So if you develop the capacity in every level, then future, capacity could be developed among the community, in the people, the academician, and from the regional official who are associated with the disaster management. Thirdly, involve the common people, because we see the all end user are common people. So we have to see how to giving all inputs to the common people. That is very important, because the people like the women group and all the stakeholder among the disaster, they need some kind of boosting thoughts, boosting of the knowledge, giving some kind of know-how, so in the future they will well prepared. So there is some kind of long-term, short-term, and medium-term planning. If you have making some kind of planning and execution properly, then the disaster could be properly managed. As per my 3 research paper in the climate change in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya, I have given several feedbacks on various planning level and how it implemented. That is very important. So then there is a need of proper curriculum development for the young scholar, for the researcher, so that they could know the new development in the disaster management, new technology, new innovations, and early warning system that could be very useful and productive for capacity building in the long run. Third, monitor. We have going on, because I'm an academician, we see how the development is going on, and we have to see if there is any kind of lacuna and there is a drawback, so we have to improve it. So there is a number of things we have to see in that program. So this is all about my presentation, and we need to have a better prepared for the future. And in this way, I'm very much thankful to our Dr. Om Prakash sir, and all the person, the chair of the session, and other the delegates who was invite me this session to present a brief about the disaster as a keynote speaker. I'm very much thankful. Thanks a lot for all.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. And now, I would like to request our next keynote speaker, a professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, National Defense University of Malaysia. He obtained his PhD with the highest honors in the area of material science and engineering from the University of Bordeaux, France. From June to 2019, working as a senior researcher, level 3 equivalent to a professor at the Institute of Research Hydro-Quebec, Canada. From July 2003 to May 2019, he worked at the National University of Singapore, NUS, Singapore as a senior research fellow. Over the past 20 years, he has conducted leading research on materials for energy storage and conversion, including materials processing and the evaluation of functional properties of materials for electric vehicles and the development of in situ techniques. Has published around 210 papers, first author, 47 second author, 55 corresponding author, 92 papers, and one landmark review paper in chemical reviews. His H index of 66 with over 16,000 citations. These have recently placed him within the top 2% highly cited researchers in energy, ranked the number 1002 out of 186,500 researchers in 2020. Source, Stanford University. He is serving as an editorial advisory board member in Materials Research Bulletin and Journal of Energy Storage, as well as several open access journals, and regional editor, nanoscience and nanotechnology. Has conducted several workshops related to functional materials and energy storage and conversion, and delivered 10 plenary, 22 keynote, 78 invited, and 18 contributory talks at various conferences, and conducted a number of workshops on battery materials fundamentals, synthesis, and characterization techniques. He also delivered materials science and engineering outreach talks to college and high school students all over the world. Let us welcome Dr. Muhammad alias Yusuf. Good morning, sir.
Good morning good morning, my salam and namaskar to all the honorable guests, professors, students, and participants for the conference. First of all, I would like to thanks to the organizer, especially for the Babu Banarasi Das University, and also the IFERP who have given me a chance and opportunity to join this conference and to be a keynote speaker. So I would like to share my presentation slide. Let me see here. Do you all can see my presentation slide?
Yes, sir. I can see your screen. You may
Alright.
proceed.
Okay, just a minute. Okay. Will you can see the blast resistant glass? Miss Jojo?
Yes, sir. We can. Yes, sir. We can see your
Okay.
slide. Please proceed.
All right. Okay, again, thank you very much. Just now I'm a bit confused about this the presentation, but no problem. Okay, the title of my presentation is a blast resistant glass using a green technology. Today I'll be talking about a development of material, blast resistant material using a green technology, where in this Defense University, myself and my team, we have developed a blast resistant glass. Basically, I'm the professor at the Department of Civil Engineering. Okay, let's talk about the glass first. Glass was first made in Mesopotamia, the area between Saudi Arabia and Syria, as far back 2,500 before Christ. Then glass making was further developed in Egypt. This slide shows the Mesopotamia map, which is between the Syria and Saudi Arabia. Later, after 18th century, the manufacture of glass began to increase rapidly when Irving W. Colburn invented the sheet glass machine, which made it possible the mass production of the window glass. In 1953, Sir Alastair Pilkington, which is a British engineer, invented the float glass process for commercial manufacturing of float glass. So this guy is having a big name. He's a person who have invented the float glass manufacturing process. Basically, the raw material used in the glass manufacturing consists of a sand, about 72%, soda ash, about 13%, limestone, 8.5%, dolomite, 4%, alumina, and so on. So basically, these are the raw material we use to manufacture glass. So basically, this is a summary of the glass manufacturing process. In this glass manufacturing process, what we do, we batch the glass, then we send it to raw material, and then go to the cool end. Finally, it's go to the cutting process. So I'll go into detail a little bit on this glass manufacturing process. First, the main component to produce a glass is silica, limestone, soda ash, and dolomite. These materials are weighed and mixed into batches using computerized control. Thus, the batch raw material pass from a mixing silo to a furnace chamber where they become a molten glass at a temperature of 1,500 degrees Celsius. Later on, the molten glass is floated on a bath of molten tin at a temperature about 1,000 degrees Celsius. It's from a ribbon, which is normally between 3 to 25 mm thick. After this, the process, the glass then cooled down sufficiently to pass an anneal chamber. The glass hardened, pass over a roller, and is annealed to ensure the flatness of the glass. Then finally, after cooling process, the glass undergo a rigorous quality check and is then washed. It is then cut into sheets, which are then stacked, stored, and ready to transport. Okay, well, this just now it was a little bit on the glass manufacturing process. Now these are the basic glass being used in the buildings. You are aware that most of your buildings are made of there are three types of glass that have been used in most of the buildings. Maybe perhaps in your university, in everywhere. In Malaysia also there are float glass. Second is a tempered glass and laminated glass. So what is float glass? Float glass actually is a sheet of glass made by floating a molten glass on a bed of molten tin. This method gives the glass uniform thickness and a very flat surface. Float glass is known also as anneal glass. So this is a float glass, commonly used as a window panel in most of the buildings. I think most of the buildings are made of float glass. Then tempered glass. Tempered glass also known as a toughened glass. It is produced when a glass undergone a heat treatment at 600 degrees Celsius and then cooled down in a controlled manner. Okay, this tempered glass been used in automotive, in shopping complex, in big government buildings because it has the strength. It has better strength from the normal glass. Then finally, there's another glass, they call it as a laminated glass. Laminated glass was invented by a French guy known as Edward Benetius in 1903. Laminated glass, also known as a safety glass. Laminated glass mostly used in a car front windshield, bank teleprotective barrier, and also other safety glass is required. Currently, most of the blast glass system glass are made from laminated glass. So this is the actual photo of a blast resistant glass made from laminated glass, tested by for exclusion by my blast research team in Malaysia. This is a real sample we have tested. We use some explosive and detonate the bombs, bombs at certain distance. And this is the actual sample of the glass. So now the question, why we require a blast resistant glass? The only answer is that blast resistant glass, building glass, can damage due to terrorist attack and also accidental explosion. Terrorist attack on building has rise since 9/11. Since then, many government buildings around the world have invested millions of dollars to protect their building from the terrorist threat. This is a global terrorism map. You can see terrorism before the pandemic was everywhere, in Malaysia, in India, in Pakistan, in Saudi Arabia, in US, and so on. Basically, this is the global terrorism map. Shows that it will become a global phenomena. Then an explosion is a sudden increase in the volume and release of energy in a wide-time manner. Normally, it will generate high shock wave, high temperature, and release of toxins. So this is toxic gases. So this is the actual photo we taken by my team when we were doing some explosive tests. Okay, this is the illustration of the blast wave. I'll show you some video on the blast wave after this. So when explosion happens, it produces a shock wave. So this is a shock wave capture from the real explosion event. So I hope this video is going to work. So this is a real video showing the when we detonate 200 grams of commercial explosive. You can see the shock wave generated from the explosions detonated by 200 grams of commercial explosive. So these are the shock wave being generated from the explosion. So actually, this shock wave is the most damaging mechanism. It will damage the building and shatter all the building glass. Okay. So these are the one of the incident in Norway in 2011, where a lot of terrorists have detonated some bombs in the government area in Oslo, Norway. We can see all the float glasses and tempered glasses has been damaged very badly. In another incident, a suicide bomber killed many people in Brussels airport. We can see these glass at this facade glass at this airport has been damaged badly and killed many people. So float glass is the most hazardous glass material. We can see that float glass break into irregular shaped pieces when subject to explosions. Imagine if in our building, which is made by float glass, if any accident happen, so this glass will damage very badly and kill a lot of people. Then we talk about, so this is a real photo taken by myself and my team. We have conducted some experimental. We can see these debris from the float glass is everywhere. So this float glass actually is very hazardous material and it is very dangerous. So this is tempered glass. When tempered glass subject to an explosion, it will break into small cubes, and that also become very hazardous to people and surrounding. So this is another test being conducted by myself and my team. You can see that the damage of the tempered glass. Imagine if you are staying nearby, what will happen? So this sharpener is very sharp, sharpener, and this is very dangerous to people and to surrounding. So technology of laminated glass. Laminated glass actually consists of two or more layer of glass, which has the PVB interlayer in between. PVB interlayer, actually PVB is a resin prepared by polyvinyl alcohol by reaction of butadiene. It's usually used as an interlayer in most of the laminated glass. So actually in the laminated glass, where you can see that the interlayer here is the made by PVB. So this is a PVB sheet produced. So this glass is stick together at this PVB with the PVB. So the existing lamination technology consists of loading, glass surface preparation, assembly glass, PVB, de-ironing, unloading, and autoclave. So let's look at this. The existing technology require heating and autoclave process. So this is an autoclave chamber. A typical autoclave lamination process produces 180 pressure, PSI, or 12.4 bar. And the temperature required for this is 137 degrees Celsius, and the process takes to 30 to 60 minutes. So this process actually is not quite environmental friendly, and this is a quite expensive process. Whereas a research and development to produce a blast-resistant glass at National University has been conducted by my team. If a national glass manufacturer known as a security glass, we produce blast-resistant glass using green manufacturing process, which are more cost-effective and environmental friendly. So this is my blast resist team, and this is the logo of the company, which is known as Security Glass Sundan Berhad. This new green manufacturing process involves glass loading, glass surface preparation, edge fastening, injection of the resin, curing, and finally unloading. This process does not require heating and also autoclave. So it doesn't require the heating and also autoclave for the lamination process. So new green manufacturing process produce is like this. First, we do loading and then glass surface preparation, each sealing, injection of PU resin, and unloading the material. The methodology of this research is divided into three major parts. The first part is to produce a glass using PU resin as an interlayer with green manufacturing process. So basically, this is the main ingredient. This is the main material we use. Instead of PVB interlayer, we use a PU resin. What we do here is that in this process, the resin is poured into the cavity. We pour the resin into between two sheets of glass that hold the resin, the glass from the together. Injection of the resin between the glass, we pour the resin into the glass, and this resin stick together, two of the glass together to produce a laminated glass. The second part of the research is to investigate the mechanical property of the glass using several international standards. Modulus of rupture for laminated glass was obtained using ASTM C158, and the composite strength was determined using ASTM C39. So this slide shows the composite strength of the laminated glass sample, and then this slide shows the modulus of rupture being carried out for the sample. And this slide shows the mechanical property. The modulus of rupture of for the laminated glass is 70.9, and the compressive strength of 926. Then finally, the third part of the research is to conduct a free blast test on the laminated glass. So this is the most difficult things need to be done. In most of the university in Malaysia, we cannot do this research, but I'm working with the defense institution, defense university. So with the help of Malaysian Armed Forces, we conduct this research. In this research, a total of a 6 glass panel consists of 6.76 mm laminated glass were prepared by the manufacturer. This glass was subject to actual explosive. So we detonate the explosive at about 400 kilogram of military explosive at the distance of 1,300 millimeter from the glass. I will share the video later on, show you the video on this process and before end of this session. So these are the actual laminated glass sample with the PU resin delivered at the testing site. The free blast test was conducted using ASTM F100-1642. This is a standard test method for glazing systems subject to a blast loading. So basically, in this standard, they require us to construct a diagram, construct a building, a structure, which follow this hazard classification diagram. So what happened was that we have to construct a cube, a frame, something like this, according to this standard. So all these dimensions, everything is following this international standard. So we have to put the explosive here and detonate the explosive, and this will be the sample, and then we evaluate the hazard. From here, we can see, we can find out that which material are better. So this is actually a testing method. It's internationally approved by, produced by ISTM. Actually, there are many standards, ISO, ASTM, and European standard. But in my experiment, we follow ASTM standard. So in this experiment, there are some instruments need to be used. The first one is we use a pressure sensor, reflected pressure sensor, free field blast pressure sensor. So pressure sensor, actually this is very small. Pressure sensor is to measure the peak hour pressure resulting from the detonation of explosive. We want to measure how much pressure is resulted from the bomb, from the explosions. So normally this pressure sensor is mounted on the testing frame. The second one is a reflected pressure sensor used to measure the reflected pressure that hit the particular structure. It has to be fixed on the testing jig or structure. Then we also use a free field blast pencil probe, which is required to measure the peak hour pressure at a specific distance and locations. For instance, we want to know what is the pressure at 2 meters away from the detonation, from the explosion site, maybe a pressure at 20 meters away from the explosion site. So when you put up this pencil probe, we can measure the pressure. So from here, we can measure what is the safe distance required in order for us to build the buildings. So in order to capture the data, we also need to use a high-speed data acquisition system. This system consists of software, hardware, and signal conditioner. In this system, we use a LabVIEW program to display the blast test results. So this is a high-speed data acquisition system. This is a LabVIEW program. This is a signal conditioner. And we also use high-speed camera. Maybe you can see earlier on, I shown you some video. So that video has been captured using a high-speed camera. High-speed camera can capture the blast event. It has to be, the resolution has to be up to from 3,000 to 10,000 frames per second. So this is a high-speed camera. So basically, this is a field blast test setup. So this is a testing frame. You can see I have fixed two peak hour pressure sensor here, and then reflected pressure over here. So this is 400 grams of military explosive known as a C4 at a distance of 1,380 millimeter from the center of the glass. So this is the glass frame with the glass here mounted here. So we also have put up a free field blast pencil probe here, pencil probe here, at same distance 1,380 millimeters. So we want to know what's going to happen if you detonate a bomb at this distance to this particular glass. So this is the field blast test setup. I will share this video, the actual video on the explosion end of this session. Okay, the explosion result, we can find out that we can see the laminated glass still intact. inside the frame. This is the after the blast. The glass is still there. So if you see from the behind, you can see the radial crack on the laminated glass. The glass still there. It has a radial crack at behind. So the glass still there. On the other hand, so before that, I also tested the float glass. We can see the float glass break into pieces. It's completely shattered. It's not be able to absorb the pressure. So in addition to this, if you look at this is another glass. So this is a tempered glass. You see the tempered glass is completely shattered, and this is some of this. This is frame is flown away, and so some of this material debris are here. The field blast test result, which has been captured using a high-speed data acquisition system using Lucknow program, shows that the pressure resulted from 400 kilograms of explosive at the distance of 1,380 millimeter was about 305 kPa. So it shows that the glass be able to resist this amount of pressure. So this is a reflected pressure, which is about 4,600 kPa. So it shows that the laminated glass using PU resin be able to capture this amount of pressure. So field blast test results show the laminated glass using PU resin was not damaged as compared with the float glass and tempered glass. The blast test result revealed that laminated glass using PU resin are able to withstand the specific pressure that has been designed for. So I'd like to share with you an actual explosion video, which has been conducted with me and my team with Saudi government. Recently, in 2019, we want to test some of these military material and high-speed data acquisition systems, and we also test all these glasses. We also test the laminated glass, float glass, and also tempered glass. I hope this video can work. This is a real video showing the actual explosion test conducted by my team in Malaysia. So this is the normal glass. This is tempered glass. You can see the glass has been damaged badly. So this is a bullet resistant glass, also using the PU resin. We use 7.62 mm rifle at a 20 meter distance. The glass still there, there's no penetrations. So this is the commercial explosive booster. This is the laminated glass using PU resin. The glass is still there. You can see that this also is a laminated glass, 1.5 kilogram of C4. The military explosive, the glass is still there, it's still intact. And this is some of the explosive tested in addition to this research. This also is another type of explosive being tested. And this is my team with the Saudi military armed forces. In conclusion, laminated glass with PU resin interlayer is recommended to be used as a blast-resistant glass application in the buildings. And then I written a book on a blast-resistant material. I think that's all for me. Again, I would like to thank you very much to the organizer for the wonderful event, to this organizer committee, IFERP for inviting me, for the participants who have attended, and then to the honorable guests who have given me a chance to present at this conference. Thank you very much again. If there is any question, maybe you can ask me later on or now. Maybe 1 or 2 questions, but it's up to the organizer. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you very much, Ms. Jojo. Miho, how do I present the name?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right, seems none. Then let's proceed.
Can I just stop sharing?
Yes, go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, Ms. Jojo.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
And now I would like to introduce our technical session chairs. Our first technical session chair, Assistant Professor and Department in Charge, BBD University, Lucknow. Mr. Shubhranshu Jaswal was born in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from NIAC, Lucknow in 2011. After he completed his Master's in Structural Engineering from Kalinga University, Raipur, he enrolled for PhD in the year 2019 from SRMU, Lucknow. He had a work experience of about 10 years in the field of industry and academics. He also worked as an assistant engineer at Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority on a government project at Uttarakhand. He joined BBD University in the year of 2017 and currently serving here as an assistant professor in department in charge. He has more than 25 research publications in international journals, including Scopus and UGC journal. His research and expertise interest lies in the field of earthquake engineering, structural engineering, structural designing, FEM, and alike. Again, Mr. Shubhranshu Jaswal. Our next technical session chair, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Mrs. Niti Mishra was born in 1993 in Lucknow. She received her bachelor degree in civil engineering from AKTU Lucknow in 2013. She received her master's degree in structure engineering from Institute of Engineering and Technology, or the IET, Lucknow in 2016. She is currently serving as assistant professor in civil engineering department in BBDU, Lucknow. She is having an experience of about 6 years in academics and research and more than 10 papers in national and international journals. Her research interest includes design of concrete structure and fiber reinforced concrete. And let me check. We will now proceed with our technical sessions. Hold on. All right, I think we will be having a break and we will start our technical session by exactly 12:15 India time. So might as well grab a drink, guys, or snack, take a little break, and let's start at exactly 12:15. Welcome back, everyone. And now we'll start with our technical session 1. Again, let us welcome our technical session chairs, Mr. Shubhranshu Jaswal and Mrs. Neti Mishra. Now let me call on our first presenter, a study on the use of biomedical COVID-19 waste in the production of modern eco-friendly construction bricks, a review. The author is Jyoti Tiwari and the co-author is Shubhranshu Jaswal. Hello.
Ma'am, they might be coming, ma'am.
While we are waiting, I would just like to remind all the presenters that you are allotted 10 minutes, a total of 10 minutes for the full presentation, including the question and answer portion. So please be mindful of the time for us to stay in schedule, be concise, be brief and concise. Again, our first presenter, a study on the use of biomedical waste, COVID-19 waste in the production of modern, eco-friendly construction bricks, a review. Author, Jyoti Tiwari, co-author, Shubhranshu Jaswal. Right, I can now see your screen, but I cannot hear you. Hello? Yep, I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you. Have it on presentation mode, please.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, just this technical issue, just a Wi-Fi problem. Just give me 2 minutes, 2 minutes time. Just 2 minutes, ma'am.
If you'd like, I will just give you some time. I will call on the next presenter and I will get back to you after.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Hold on.
Please.
All right. Let me call on our next presenter, please. Synthesis and characterization of aluminum fumarate metal organic frameworks impregnated on polyurethane foam. Author Andrew R. and co-author Mira V.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, is this Anju?
Yes, ma'am. Am I
Hi,
audible? Well?
yes. Yes, you are. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, I can now see your screen. Please have it on presentation mode
Okay, ma'am.
and you may proceed. 10 minutes.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it is. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and all others who are watching the conference. Here I want to present on the topic synthesis and characterization of aluminum fumarate metal organic frameworks impregnated on polyurethane foam. So myself, Anju, I'm a postgraduate in environmental engineering in Government Engineering College, Thrissur, Kerala. And my guide, Ms. Meera V, she's working as an associate professor in the same college. Now, moving on to a brief abstract or a brief not about my work. Here as we all know that there are removal of hazardous contaminants is a serious issue, and there are several technologies for removing the same from water or wastewater. So among the various technologies adopted, adsorption is one of the cheapest and effective waste removal method. And among the various adsorption techniques, I have chosen a particular group of materials, which means, and I have concentrated on a particular group, and it is metal organic frameworks. So what is metal organic frameworks? It is nothing but a combination of metal ions or clusters coordinated to organic ligands through coordination linkages. And its specialty is that they have enhanced efficiency and structural integrity compared to the conventional adsorbents, which means its pore size, its shape, dimensionality, functionality, chemical environment, all are tunable in nature. So all these attribute to its adsorption. And among the wide range of metal organic frameworks, in short, we can call it as MOFs. I have chosen aluminum fumarate metal organic frameworks. And in this work, I have impregnated these aluminum fumarate metal organic frameworks onto polyurethane foam. And I have done this in order to for easy applicability on practical cases. Ma'am, some distractions. There's some distractions. Okay. And after the impregnation, I have characterized this by Fourier transform, infrared spectroscope, Brenner Emmett Teller analyzer, and scanning electron microscope. And I have found its surface properties have been enhanced, which means its surface area, mean pore diameter, and pore volume, all of them were improved, which will help or aid the effective absorption of the hazardous contaminants. Now moving on to introduction. Now let us see some general applications of metal organic frameworks. It includes adsorption of heavy metals and dyes, separation and purification of gases and liquids, adsorption and storage of gases and liquids, catalysis and ion exchange reactions, targeted drug delivery, etc. So as I already said, these MOFs are because this disadvantage is that they have poor selectivity and poor regenerability, and they do in concentrations. And zeolites also, they are cationic ion exchanges, so they will remove only one type of contaminants, whereas these MOFs can remove all type of contaminants irrespective of their charges. Now, alpha MOFs, what is it so special? Because it has high water stability, and it has large number of active sites or mesopores, and it has good regenerability. So this properties makes them a good adsorbent. And these MOFs can be synthesized by two ways, either water-based method or using dimethyl formamide. And here in my study, I have synthesized MOFs through water-based process, because this will be economical for industrial large production. And for proper impregnation of this MOFs, aluminum fumarate MOFs onto polyurethane foam, I have functionalized these polyurethane foam puff with carboxyl groups. So this will enable the proper impregnation of MOFs onto puff, and it can be easily used for removal of contaminants from water or wastewater. Here is a structure of alpha MOS. Here we can see infinite number of aluminium OH aluminium chains linked with organic ligands. It's a three-dimensional porous structure. Now, the objectives of my study includes to impregnate alpha MOS onto PUF through functionalization of PUF with carboxyl groups, then to characterize the synthesized alpha MOS PUF. So these are the materials and chemicals that have been utilized. It includes aluminum sulfate, fumaric acid, sodium hydroxide, chromic acid, ethanol, acetone, and polyurethane foam. Now moving on to the synthesis of alpha MOS puff. That means impregnation of alpha MOS onto puff. The first step involves removal of impurities from the raw polyurethane foam. For that, the raw puff was initially cut into square sections of size 3 by 3 by 1 centimeter. Then it is immersed into ethanol and acetone for 3 hours respectively. Then it is washed with deionized water and dried at 60 degrees Celsius. This will remove the impurities present in the puff. Then the second step was functionalization of puff with carboxyl groups. For that, this cleaned puff was soaked in chromic acid for 1 minute, later washed with deionized water to remove the acid residuals. Then the puff was dried at 60 degrees Celsius. Now the puff is functionalized with carboxyl groups. Here is some images of the pre-treatment. First image shows the puff immersed in ethanol, then puff immersed in acetone, then puff soaked in chromic acid, puff washed with deionized water, then finally functionalized puff. Then the third step was impregnation step. For that, 6.66 gram aluminium sulfate as it dissolved in 25 ml of water. Then 2.32 gram fumaric acid is mixed with 2 ml NaOH and dissolved in 25 ml of water. Then it is stirred in a glass beaker. Thus, NaOH, sodium hydroxide, helps in deprotonation of fumaric acid so that the fumaric acid gets easily dissolved in water. And this deprotonated fumaric acid solution was added into the first solution, which means the aluminum sulfate solution, which we have made in the first step. And along with that, the pre-treated puff was added into the beaker, and this beaker was kept in an autoclave and heated at 90 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. And this resulted in the formation of alpha MOS puff. That means the impregnation was completed, and it is washed with deionized water. And for activation, it is washed with acetone and dried at 56 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Then finally, it is stored in desiccator for future use. Here is an image of functional alpha MOS impregnated puff. Then I have characterized the synthesized puffs, alpha MOS puff for its surface area using bed surface area analyzer, and its morphology is analyzed using scanning electron microscope, and its functional groups and chemical moieties were characterized using Fourier transform infrared spectroscope. Moving on to the results and discussion. Results of scanning electron microscopy. The first image shows the same image of bare puff, whereas the second image shows the same image of the alpha MOS puff. That means after impregnation. Comparing these two images, we can see that the MOS have been bound to the puff, and the pore size, there's some increase in the size of pore, which can be seen from the images. The pore size have been increased and MOS particle have been bound to the puff. Then BET analyzer results, and this table shows the surface area, mean pore diameter, and total pore volume of bare puff and alpha MOS puff, and comparing, analyzing this table, we can see that all the surface properties have improved or increased after the impregnation. Then these are the FTIR analysis. The first one shows the FTIR image of bare puff, and second one is that of functionalized puff. And comparing these, I have highlighted some frequencies. These are the characterized frequencies for carboxyl groups. These highlighted frequencies represents the characteristic frequencies for carboxyl groups. That means the bare puff after functionalization with carboxyl groups, and we can see that the characteristic frequencies for the carboxyl groups have been observed in the synthesized one, and this shows that the puff is partially oxidized with carboxylic acid after chromic acid treatment, and the puff after chromic acid treatment could be used as a carboxylic acid terminated substrate, which mimic the carboxylate based organic ligand. So thus functionalized puff could provide nucleation sites for alpha MOS growth. Then here is the FTIR images for alpha MOS and alpha MOS impregnated onto puff, and these highlighted frequencies denotes that the alpha MOS have been successfully impregnated onto functionalized puff. The characteristic frequencies for the carboxyl groups and alpha MOS are shown in this column, and these are the observed frequencies, which comes in the range of these characteristic frequencies, which confirm that alpha MOS have been impregnated onto the functionalized puff. So moving to conclusion, alpha MOS were effectively impregnated onto functionalized puff And the same results elucidated that bound alpha-amorphous particles of a functionalized puff as well as the increased pore size. The bed results of alpha-amorphous confirmed the significant improvement in the surface properties compared to that of bare puff. And FTI results established the proper functionalization of puff and effective impregnation of alpha-amorphous on puff. So the increased surface properties of the impregnated alpha impregnated on puff shows that it forms a potential adsorbent for removing contaminants like heavy water, heavy metals, dyes, etc. from water or wastewater with increased efficiencies compared to the conventional adsorbents. That's all about my work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair?
Ma'am, I would like to ask one thing. What is the exactly practical application of your work for the and also the scope of your work for the society?
Okay. This is actually the first part of my work. Then my second part includes, and I have utilized this adsorbent, which this synthesized adsorbent for the removal of dyes from wastewater. So the scope of this work is that by impregnating this onto a suitable substrate, we can easily or its practical applicability will be very high in our industrial fields like dyeing industries and all. We can effectively remove the contaminants with high efficiency compared to the conventional adsorbents.
Okay, thank you. Any question from my co-chair?
Yes, my question is, at what extent alpha MOF puff economical?
Actually, these alpha MOFs have been impregnated on puff. This is let a green. I have synthesized this alpha MOFs by green method, which means I have utilized only water, none other any chemicals. I've been harmful chemicals I have been not utilized. So when we use this for an industrial scale, it will be economical because it has good regenerability and high efficiency compared to conventional adsorbents like activated carbon. So it will be economical in a large scale sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. And yeah, before we proceed with our next presenter, I would like to request everyone to please open their cameras. And of course, I will get my remembrance as a group photo as a remembrance.
Okay.
I request everyone to please open their cameras. And please bear with me because I will be having 3 screens. So I will be capturing the first page, the second page, and the third page. So hold that smile of yours for 5 seconds. All right, give me that big smile. Right. 1, 2, say cheese. All right, hold it. Second page. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right, hold it. And last page. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right, thank you so much. All right, I think I have all that I need. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. And now let's proceed. Let me call again behavior of a study on use of biomedical COVID-19 waste in the production of modern eco-friendly construction bricks, a review. Author by Jyoti Tiwari. Yes, I can now see your screen. Have it on presentation mode, and I cannot hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jyoti Tiwari. I am pursuing my bachelor's degree from Babu Banarasi Das University. I have also completed my diploma in civil engineering from Kastuba Institute of Technology. My co-author, Mr. Subhanshu Jaiswal, he has received his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NIEC, Lucknow. He received his master's degree in structural engineering from Kalinga University, Raipur. He enrolled for PhD in year 2019 from SRMU, Lucknow. He had a great work experience of about 10 years in the field of industry and academics. He also worked as an assistant engineer at Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority on a government project at Uttarakhand. He is currently serving as assistant professor and departmental in charge in the Babu Banarasi Das University. He has more than 25 research publications in international journals, including Scopus or UGC journals. His research and expertise interest is in the field of earthquake engineering, structural design, FMS, etc. So today I am going to present a review on the topic use of biomedical waste in the production of modern eco-friendly construction bricks. First of all, I would like to thank to my professors who give me a proper guidelines for the presentation and to prepare a paper. That first of all, I would present the abstract. This review submitted there is an opportunity for the use of COVID waste as an innovative alternative in construction industry, which can stimulate economic growth and could boost the driver government toward the achievement of some of the sustainable development goals. Also, similar kind of research may be proceeded in future by using fly ash with PPE in the brick to increase its strength and make it cost-effective, eco-friendly, and sustainable option. Also, it is an efficient way to utilize the waste face masks, which are spotted everywhere during these pandemics. It will also reduce the consumption of natural resources such as clay for the manufacturing of bricks. So, our next topic is introduction. As we all know that mask is spotted everywhere almost, and these masks either contain polypropylene, polyethylene, polyester, polycarbonate, which add plastic or microplastic pollution to the environment. And as we all know that the plastic disposal is very serious problem due to their non-biodegradability. So recycling of these waste as a building materials appears to a viable solution, not only to the environmental problem, but also to the problem of economic design of buildings. They are mainly used for constructing partition and for making green buildings. It is important that the material in the construction should be eco-friendly or environmental friendly. The main composition of these bricks should be the ratio of 52% PPE, 45% paper waste, or we can also use fly ash or 3% binders. The plastic waste should have been a threat to the atmosphere would create reliable and more durable bricks to provide affordable housing, and these bricks are also cost effective. The conclusion of these are that we will make an or put an effective use in the brick making. Also, it will help in reducing the environmental pollution, thereby making the environment clean and healthy. It will also reduce the use of clay in making brick, as we all know that clay damages the topsoil, and this is preventing in the manufacturing process of fly ash brick with PPE or by plastic bricks or by using biomedical waste in the construction. It gives an alternate option for the making of brick with an affordable rate and creating job for the peoples. These are the references which I have used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes, Jyoti. So you are going to use a biomedical waste. So how you are going to process it? Because we cannot directly use it in a civil engineering field. So how you are going to disinfect it?
First of all, we will collect the waste from the medicals, and then after we will leave it for 72 hours without touching it. After that, we will disinfectant is by using some disinfectants, and after that we will use it for the construction of bricks.
Hello, Ms. Jyoti.
Yes.
One question my side. Which precautions to be taken under collection of this type of waste?
Sir, as we all know that coronavirus is a very serious problem nowadays, so we have to collect masks from the hospitals which are not used by the corona patients. These masks should only be used by the doctors or the normal persons. After that, we have to leave it for the 72 hours without touching, and after that, we have to disinfect it before using.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, seems none. Let's proceed. Thank you so much for that presentation. Our next paper is about the evaluation of water quality index of surface water for Morena region, Madhya Pradesh, India. Author Shamveer Chauhan. Co-author Aditya Agarwal and MK Trivedi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Have it in presentation mode and you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me opportunity to present my paper here. And my research topic is evaluation of water quality index of surface water for Morena region, Madhya Pradesh, India. I am Shamveer Singh Chauhan, working as a research scholar in the Department of Civil Engineering, MITS Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. My guide is Dr. M.K. Trivedi, Professor and Head in the Department of Civil Engineering, and my co-guide, Professor Aditya Kumar Agarwal. He is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. Going ahead, this is my abstract. The purpose of this study is to determine the status of quality of water in Morena district. There are many rivers and its tributaries which are flowing in the Morena region, out of which we have selected Chambal River, Sank River, and Kotwal Reservoir for our analysis. Sampling and analysis was performed from the duration of October to November 2020, because after that there is coronavirus pandemic situation, so that we have not performed so much of experiment. Water quality index is a unique number which describes the quality of water in terms of index number and produce a baseline data for assessment of quality of water. This water quality index serves as a disease support tool for various pollution control agencies like CPCB, MPCBC, and so on. Next, introduction. Fresh water is a primary source for the survival of all human beings along with their industrial and domestic needs. Every human individual needs water for their survival. The river plays an important role for fresh water resources for which most of the activities is dependent on water availability. The major cause for river water pollution or stream pollution is the disposal of industrial wastewater, runoff water, and municipal wastewater from agricultural land and streets. Therefore, regular monitoring of quality of water is necessary before it is utilized by the human being at downstream side of the river. As per the estimation of WHO, over 20% of the world population does not have access to clean water to drink. According to WHO, more than 80% of disease in human is caused due to polluted water. In order to check the water quality index is used that expresses overall quality of water derived using various water quality parameters. The utility of WQI is a beneficial approach in assessing the water parameters of the water. Water quality index is incorporated into mathematical equation that quantitatively assess the health status of a water system based on variety of water quality parameters. Methodology. Morena district was initially selected for this study and a comparative analysis was made by choosing 3 sample selection sites. Sites were Chambal River near Dholpur Morena Bridge, Sank River near Noorabad Bridge, and Kotwa Reservoir, which is 20 km away from Morena district and located in Kotwal village near Kisanpur village. Samples were collected on these sites and analysis was performed at MIT's Gwalior laboratory. Water quality index was calculated for different samples. Weighted arithmetic index method was used for estimating WQI. There are so many methods are available for calculating water quality index, like Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment Water Quality Index, Oregon Water Quality Index, National Sanitation Foundation Water Quality Index. But here in this method, there is some limitations, out of which we have selected only a few numbers of water quality parameters. But our study, I'm using WQI weighted arithmetic index method. The WQI is evaluated using the standards of drinking water quality parameters governed by BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, WHO, World Health Organization, and Indian Council for Medical Research. This is my study location. Here, station 1 is station is on the Chambal River near Dholpur Morena Bridge, and station 2 here in Sank River, and station 3 is on Kotwal Reservoir. We have taken 3 samples on each side at a distance of 0.5 kilometer, left to right, here left to right, and here, and make a comparative assessment for water quality analysis. The method adopted for various physical and chemical parameters are shown here. pH value determined by pH meter, electrical conductivity, conductimeter, acidity titration method से, alkalinity titration, total hardness titrometric, and TDS gravimetric method से, chloride argentometric titration method, turbidity digital turbidimeter, DO titration method, BOD titration, COD closed flux method, titometric, and MPN multiple tip fermentation techniques. The following equation is used for calculating water quality index: summation QI divided by summation WI, where QI represents quality rating, VO minus VI divided by VS minus VI, where VO observed value parameters and VI is ideal value. The ideal value for all the parameters is 0 except PS and DO. For PS 7 and DO 14.6. VS represents standard value for water quality parameters, and WI represents unit weight factor and calculated as K divided by VS, where K is constant of proportionality. Rating of water quality: if the water quality index find out is in the range of 0 to 25, it represents excellent water quality which can be used for drinking, irrigation, and industrial purpose. If the level of water quality index is 26 to 50, it represents good, and the water can be used for irrigation, industrial purpose. And 51 to 75, the status of water quality is poor, used for irrigation and industrial. 76 to 100, very poor, unsuitable for drinking purpose, and above 100 not suitable for drinking and require special treatment for drinking. Physicochemical analysis of water samples of Chambal River, Sak River, and Kotwa Reservoir. The parameters, and this is the range: pH, turbidity, acidity, all our parameter, and this is the range that we have found after experimental analysis. Water quality index for station S1, we have calculated 129, which is not suitable for drinking purpose. Hence, special treatment required, like chlorination, filtration, disinfection, everything. Water quality index for station S2, 66.50. For Sak River, WPI for station S3, 76.93. It comes under poor category. And finally, we conclude result and discussion. The water quality index value for Chambal River, Sak River at Noorabaad and Kotwa Reservoir were found as 129, 66, and 76, which shows the status of water quality at all stations was poor and not suitable for the purpose of drinking. pH value range from which indicates the water is slightly basic in nature. Maximum value was turbidity found to be 892 at Chambal River and least value is 192 at Kotwa Reservoir. DU is good and it's generally beneficial for supporting freshwater ecosystem, but COD value may rise 16 to 37.44. All the parameters except electrical conductivity and COD are within the permissible limits. And finally, we conclude the status of water quality for Chambal River, Sak River, and Kotwa Reservoir was very poor at the considered site due to the involvement of domestic sewage, rapid industrialization, and anthropogenic activities and disposal of solid waste in all the selected sites of Mora region, so that the quality of water is deteriorated badly. The study concluded that without proper treatment, the water from the selected site is unsuitable for drinking purpose. To find out the particular source of pollution, it is necessary to perform a detailed survey activity in the region. Appropriate mitigation efforts shall be made to reduce the health hazards. This is the references that we have taken. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? From our chair?
Mr. Chauhan, I would like to ask you, what are the major challenges that you faced for the evaluation of WQI, specifically for Morena region? Challenges that are different from the normal orthodox method of evaluation for this specific reason.
Sir, when I start my study for the Morena region, I found that there are various villages which are purely depend on surface water sources. There are so much, there are non-availability of the groundwater sources at the particular region. And we found that the villages which are purely depend on surface water suffers from various diseases like waterborne diseases in the surrounding areas, because there is no availability for water treatment plant at the selected sites. So firstly, I'm conclude here the what and list I'm experimental work I have conducted here to find out the which parameters we have generally affect the status of water quality, and suggestion to suggest the few measures to reduce the health hazards from health point of view, because this is harmful for the health status of every individual and peoples who are living in and around the selected river source or water source or Kotwa reservoir, whatever.
Okay, thank you. Any question from the other committee members? Over to you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and call on our next paper, how to achieve 100% door-to-door coverage of segregated waste for a region by using integration of IFERP and EAT solutions in Pune City. Author, Mr. Sangram Patil. Co-author, Milind Gide. Hello? Again, the paper about how to achieve 100% door-to-door coverage of segregated waste for a region by using integration of IFERP and IT solutions in Pune City. Okay.
My voice is audible? Hello? Hello?
It's very low. Can you?
Hello? Is audible? Huh?
Yes, that's better. And I can see your screen. Where's your presentation? There you go. Have it on presentation mode, please. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. I can start. Good afternoon, all of you. My topic is how to achieve 100% door-to-door coverage of segregated waste for a region by integration of RFID and IT solution in Pune City. Myself, Sangram Patil from Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Engineering, Pune, and my guide name is Dr. Milind Gide, sir. My self is a research scholar, and my research topic is smart solid waste management for a region. On that topic, one of objective my is 100% coverage of segregated waste in Pune City. That's why I'm presenting today's paper on how to achieve the 100% door-to-door coverage of segregated waste. Okay, this is abstract. You should know the India is developing country and its population growth is increases continuously. Simultaneously, waste generation in metropolitan cities also increases, and existing municipal corporation faces some problems related to how to achieve the door-to-door coverage of segregated waste. Similarly, Pune Municipal Corporation has faces some problems because of inclusion of nearest village in the municipal corporation boundaries, because the population growth increases from village to the city, and existing infrastructure is not sufficient to the acquire all these things related to means extra burden on that infrastructure facility, and physically municipal corporation to monitor entire the process of waste collection and maintain the record of each household, how waste is given daily or not. It is not possible in a physical way, so that I can suggest to municipal corporation to solve the problem of 100% collection of segregated use. You can use as integration of RFID and IoT based IT solution has the potential to achieve the 100% door-to-door collection of segregated waste of municipal corporation waste. Okay, this is the introduction. Because the Pune city, you should know about the Pune city is a hub of IT industry, and is a Pune city is lacking behind of technology integration in the waste management, so that I can suggest it is possible to use a technology for waste management and It is necessary nowadays to waste management industry to adopt the new technology in the waste management, change to the tech, mode of waste collection. Okay, what is the motivation of that research work? Because you can see here, these are the photographs shows the extra burden on municipal corporation because the citizens are create waste but not aware about that waste. So that okay. Uh, what are the content of today's presentation? First, screenplay, current Pune City screenplay, overview of Pune City solid waste management, what is the role of waste picker, primary waste collection, technology available for achieving 100% door-to-door collection of solid waste, what is the concept of door-to-door collection of municipal solid waste, and methodology, how does it RFID and IT solution work. Okay, this is the current situation of Pune Municipal Corporation. Now, in month of July, Pune Municipal Corporation added 23 villages around its boundary are included in the municipal corporation. You can see here the red color shows the built-up area actually, and yellow color shows the vacant land. In basically in that region. You monitor that waste are not properly segregated and waste not collected by uh, uh, near Gram Panchayat and extra population means population density uh, increases continuously in that regions, and vacant land is available. Peoples are through the west to the our road outskirt and vacant land, and it dump on that region, and the entire environment of that uh, is polluted. Okay, and its effects on human health and entire situation in that regions. Okay, uh, next, what is the source of means overview of Pune municipal solid waste management? Sources of solid waste generation in Pune city. This diagram shows the overview of Pune solid waste management, percentage-wise household waste collections and construction demolition of waste, biomedical waste, and all these things are related to the. In that, uh, household waste is more so I can decide to monitor a household waste in proper way to achieve the
Hello? Did we lost him?
hello.
Hi.
Okay, ma'am. Now is visible.
Not yet.
Okay.
Hello? Sir, cannot hear anything.
Hello, my voice audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, screen is visible? Okay. So primary means waste collection plays important role waste because of four type of waste. First, primary collection, secondly, transportation, thirdly, treatment of waste, and final disposal of waste. In that process, waste pickup plays important role because the primary collection of waste taken by the waste pickers daily continually
Sir, your
means
audio is
daily
not clear.
collection of waste.
It's breaking up. Your voice is breaking up.
Hello.
Yep, that's better. Please proceed.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
It is audible now.
Yes, it's better now. Go ahead.
S- this primary collection plays important role because waste picker collect waste properly and send to the municipal corporation next.
Please make sure that your internet connection is okay.
Ma'am, now audible? Okay. Ma'am, the primary collection process. Next. What is the role of waste picker in the primary collection? You can see here, this is the current data of municipal corporations. Door-to-door collection through waste pickers by Swachh is 23%, and gate collection of household by Ghanta Gadis in the 12%, and community beans is 40%, and chromic spot is 5%. What are the problem faces by the waste pickers? Reliability and coverage of that on daily, on time. Next, large variation in the user fee being charged, and lack of validity in user fees model in the most in slum and office, and inadequate secondary collection capacity, lack of reliability of collection of vehicle in terms of down in time of route. Okay.
Hello. Now am I audible? The use of that technology, the use of information techniques collection means the integration of all the technology available in modern electronic device like RFID, GPS, GIS, GSM, web portal of that entire management of that data analysis, data center, and application to the household and the city. Smart city exploits the information and communication technology, ICTs, to integrate the physical devices connected to the network and so-called Internet of Hello. Hello. So what is the concept of door-to-door collection of municipal solid waste? See here, waste collection without RFID and IT solutions in household means you consider as a both side households in street and waste picker collect the waste. In that process, in conventional way, 100% waste collection it not achieve. No track record of waste given to the waste picker of citizen is not available to the municipal corporation because the waste pickers are not qualify with means entire to keep the records of that waste given to the next unevenness in the user fee. Pune Municipal Corporation charge 70 rupees per household per month, but some household given to the user fee, some not given to the user fee to the waste picker, and they collect means waste to be stored in house and after the night, otherwise morning, they throw to the outskirt of the road, and otherwise they throw in the vacant land, and create entire pollution in that area. Waste collection time is variable and door-to-door collection not properly happening. So that I can suggest with tagging with the each household tag with the RFID, and then you can achieve the 100% waste collection. You can monitor the user fee evenness in the user fee collection, waste collection done by timely, and the door-to-door collection done in proper way, and you can I can manage all these things in by using the entire software. What is the methodology of my this? See here, this is a means artificial intelligence based RFID and means surveillance means a truck means waste collection vehicle. You can see here in that RFID reader range and the all bins with the RFID tags. Next, in vehicle truck mounted with the RFID.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Connect with the all means all information. I can use a RFID passive tag, RFID active and passive both type of tags. I can use as a RFID passive tags and its range up to the 5 meter, 5 to 10 meter. Means directly mark the waste given to the waste speaker automatically within the range of RFID reader, mark attendance of each household and generate the report, and all the informations are sent to the municipal corporation head office data center through GPRS, GPS, GSM, and all these things. This is a smart waste collection vehicle. Okay. Okay. Next, what is the how does RFID and IT solution work? In bottom with the top, this is the household we tag with the RFID tag. Next, all information smart waste collection vehicle RFID reader collect information sent to the cloud based on GPS and GPRS, transfer data to next data analysis of that household given to the waste. Next, all data center analyze the on the basis of AI. Next, input and output, client taking decision of waste means household. Those household waste are not given to the municipal corporation, and web application and Android application shows the status of each household in user end, all informations regarding the waste collection and timing of vehicle coming for waste collection and entire all these things related to the this is the system's entire process of waste collection and waste means you can see here the household and smart waste with RFID readers. Next, embedded systems analysis of data, and finally client will be taking action to the each those household waste are not taken to the municipal corporation, invoice will be generated and action will be taken proper. Okay. Hello. Conclusion of this study was covered a period of 1 year, including field visit of 7 transportation and 15 ward office interview with the various factors involving in 100% door-to-door coverage and collection of segregated municipal solid waste challenges and sustainable solution to solve the above the problem. This paper review the waste collection modern technology available used in some countries and cities to collect the door-to-door solid waste effectively and optimize the process of handling of waste from primary to secondary transportation. And to solve the above problem, I suggest you hello ma'am. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Any question?
Yeah, it would be best if we need to check our internet connection first, as Our audience should understand your presentation, and since you are cutting in and out, the presentation is not that clear. Anyways, any question from our chairs? All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Let's proceed.
Yes.
I would
Thank
like to call on the paper about use of river sediment in river training work. Author Vishal Kamble and co-author Madhura Aher. Again, let me call on the paper about use of river sediment in river training work. Author Vishal Kamble and co-author Madhura Aher. All right. Let me call on the next paper, an experimental investigation on the effect of GGBS and steel fibers on deep beams. Author Satya Priya and co-author Dr. Madhavi. Thank you. I can see your screen. Please have it on presentation mode. And you may proceed.
Yes,
But I can.
am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. And myself, K. Satyapriya. I'm currently working as assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering, SPCE, Chennai. And I'm going to present my paper on experimental investigation on the effect of GGBS, nothing but ground granulated blast furnace slag and the steel fibers on deep beam. Okay. This is my guide, Dr. T.C.H. Madhavi. She is a professor and Dean Innovation Incubation and Entrepreneurship in SRM University, Ramapuram. And now I'll quickly go through my abstract. Okay, in my paper, I'm currently focusing on investigating the properties of the concrete, which is having GGPS as partial replacement in place of cement, and along with the addition of steel fiber. And in my current project, I have replaced the cement by 20%, 40%, 60%, and 80% by GGPS, and along with steel fiber, 1% volume fraction to the concrete. And I have casted a cubes and cylinder for understanding the mechanical properties of modified concrete. And D-beams were casted, and it is subjected to 2-point loading at after 28 days of curing. And the behavior of D-beams are studied, like the deflection characteristic, maximum load carrying capacity, crack patterns, and the failure modes of the D-beams are observed in this study. And these are the experimental work, preliminary experimental work that I have carried out. And first, initially, I have done the material testing for the ingredient materials. So we already know concrete is a consisting of cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and water. And for each and every material, we need to know the material property. For that, I have carried out the material testing. And for the cement, I have done specific gravity, specific surface, and consistency test, initial setting time and final setting time. And the results are displayed in this slide. So the specific gravity was found out to be 3.15, and the fineness of cement is 277.8 meters square per kilogram. Standard consistency of the cement is 31%, and initial setting time is found to be 170 minutes, and final setting time is 315 minutes. And the grade of cement that I have used for my project is 53 grade concrete. And then I have carried out the fine aggregate testing and coarse aggregate testing for finding out the water absorption capacity and the specific gravity that we need initially for the design mix proportioning. So I have done the test, and I have find out the zone on which the fine aggregate belongs to. So the fine aggregate belongs to the zone 1, and this is a C1 analysis curve that I have obtained. And also I have done the property testing for the GGPS for specific gravity and fineness, and the specific gravity is found to be 2.9, and the fineness is obtained as 560.86 meter square per kilogram, and the fine aggregates are belonging to zone 1, and the fineness of modulus is 3.9 and the specific gravity is 2.6, and the bulk density is around 1690 kilogram per meter cube, and water absorption is about 1.21%. And similarly, I have done for the coarse aggregate by the pyknometer method, and this is a picture showing the specific gravity test and water absorption test for the coarse aggregate. And here this is a oven dried aggregate. Okay, and here the properties are mentioned. In the current project, I have used two sized aggregate, that is 20 mm aggregate and 12 mm aggregate are used. So I have done the specific gravity test for both the sizes. So specific gravity for 20 mm aggregate is found to be 2.75, and 12 mm aggregate is found to be 2.7, and water absorption for these two are 0.33 and 0.55, and the 20 mm aggregate is found to be single sized, and 12 mm aggregate is found to be graded aggregate as per Indian standards 383, and the bulk density or 558 and 1570, and flakiness and elongation index for the aggregate sample are mentioned here. And the steel fiber, there are different types of steel fiber, like steel straight fibers, hooked end, and then crimped. So different types of steel fibers are there. In my project, I have used hooked end and having aspect ratio of 50. Aspect ratio is nothing but the length to its diameter. That is called as aspect ratio. So the aspect ratio of 50 I have chosen for my current for my project, and the grade I have chosen is M40, and for M40 I have done the design mix and obtained the proportioning of each ingredient material: cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and the ratio is 1:1.59 and 2.76, and the water cement ratio that I have taken is 0.4. And in this project, to have the better workability, super plasticizer were used, and the super plasticizer were used was Master Reobelt 619 RM, and this is the weight of materials that I have proportioned. And according to my work, I have modified the normal conventional concrete by the replacement of cement with GGPS in proportions of 20%, 40%, 60%, and 80%. So I have given some designation for particular mix. So G20SF belongs to 20% GGPS and 1% of steel fiber. Similarly, G40 is representing 40% GGPS, and SF, that is steel fiber, 1%. 60 represents 60% of GGPS. G80 and SF1 represents 80% of GGPS, and steel fiber as 1% to the volume fraction. And this is the proportions of the ingredient material that I have taken for the specimen making. Okay. And here I have mentioned the density of the PET concrete, and I'll discuss that in the later slides. And the mixing of concrete, that is after taking out the ingredient material, the batching is done, mixing is done with the mixer, and the workability is measured in terms of slump, and the casting of materials are done. So instead, for each in every mix, I have casted 6 cubes and 6 cylinders and a single D beam, and D beam is of size 150 by 325 mm by 750 mm, and the form of use is made up of plywood, and the reinforcement I have provided is 10 mm bars as a tension reinforcement, and horizontal reinforcement as 2 numbers of 8 mm bar, and 2 like the vertical steps of 8 mm dia at 300 mm center to center. And this is designed based on IS standard 456, and this is the gynae bags used for curing the deep beams. And I have assessed the fresh concrete property, and in case of workability, the control mix have a high workability due to the presence of super plasticizer, but due to the presence of fibers in the concrete, the workability is getting reduced to the medium degree of workability. And this is a general degree of workability for all the concrete mixes, that is G20 SF1 up to G80 SF1. Due to the presence of fiber, the workability gets reduced. And in case of the wet density, when compared to the control mix, the G80 and SF1, that mix has higher density when compared to the conventional concrete mix CM. And next we are going to discuss about the mechanical properties, and I have done the compressive strength test at 7 days and at 28 days. And this testing is done in UTM machine, CTM machine, compression testing machine of capacity 3000 kilonewton. And all the test mixes, all the concrete mixes are having a lesser value when compared to the compression conventional concrete at 7 days. But at 28 days, the control mix as well as the G20 SF1 mix is almost equal, and these two mixes are reaching the target strength. So the target strength for M40 grade is 48 Newton per mm square, and these two mixes are surpassing the target strength. And after a 20% replacement, the strength of the concrete gets reduced. So from this graph, we can conclude that 20% of replacement along with 1% of steel fiber will be economical, will be optimum one. And next test is about the split tensile strength and at 7 days. And you can see that the trend is decreasing. So the control mix is having maximum split tensile strength, but all other mixes are having a lesser strength than the control mix at 7 days. But at the 28 days strength, 28 days testing, the control mix is having lesser value than the G40 and G20 concrete mix. So with this graph trend, we can say that the GGPS concrete is having lesser earlier strength, and it has more later strength. And next, we are going to see the ultimate load carrying capacity of D beams. So the D beams are subjected to 2-point loading in UTM machine of capacity 1000 kilonewton, and all the beams are tested for its maximum ultimate capacity. So, and also deflection, for finding out the deflection characteristic, a dial gauge is set up at the mid span to note it down, and the least count is of 0.02 mm. And this is a maximum load carried by the D beams. For the control mix, it is 210.8, but for the G220 SF1 and G40 SF1 and G60 SF1, all are exceeding the control mix data, but this G80 SF1 is a little bit below than the control mix. And among all these concrete mixes, we can say that 20% replacement is having maximum ultimate load carrying capacity of the deep beams. And you can see the increase. So here only 80% of replacement is having a lesser value. All other concrete mixes are having higher increases. That is, increase in ultimate load is evidential for this case. And here you can see the graph showing the load versus deflection for all the D beams. And here this green color representing the control mix, and here you can see that the graph line that are overlapping one with another. So all concrete, that is all D beams are having a GGPS is exceeding the control mix. And from this figure, you can easily see that the load carrying capacity and the deflection characteristics of the D beams are enhanced by the presence of steel fiber and the presence of GGPS. And the modulus of rupture is calculated as per Indian standards, and the control mix is having 9.97, and the first G20 SF1 is having 14.97, and G40 is having 13.98, and G60 SF1 is having 13.82, and G4 is having a lesser value than the control mix. So the modulus of rupture is having for the mix G20 SF1 has the maximum value. And in case of shear strength, the G20, the same mix, G20 SF one is having maximum shear strength when compared to the control mix. And these are the crack patterns observed while loading. And initially, the D beams are whitewashed to observe the crack patterns, and soft pencil is used for marking the cracks on the over the surface of the beams. And from this crack pattern, initially the flexural cracks are happened at or observed at the maximum bending moment region. After that, due to the increase in load, shear cracks are formed from the supports to the loading point. So these are the crack patterns, and from the crack patterns, the flexural shear cracks are major in the D beams. And now I'm going to conclude my project. And based on the experimental work, the degree of workability of the modified concrete, that is GGPS fiber reinforced concrete mix, is found to be medium for all the variations of GGPS and steel fiber. And the G20SF1 is having maximum slump value and maximum yield. And also it has a G80SF1 is having maximum wet density when compared to the control mix, and G20SF1 is having maximum compressive strength, and it is also achieving the target strength of concrete grade M40. And the same mix, concrete mix G20SF1 is having maximum split tensile strength, and also it has maximum flexural strength, and also it has the maximum shear strength when compared to all other concrete mixes. And the optimum percentage from all the tests done on the concrete, we can conclude that the optimum percentage replacement percentage of GGPS for the cement is 20%, and this replacement will not compromise the workability and also the mechanical properties of concrete. And if you see the load, that is a cracking pattern. So cracking pattern, it is like inclined crack pattern. It shows that the try and stud action, and the crack has appeared near the bending moment region. So the first crack has happened on the maximum bending moment region, and inclined shear cracks are formed afterwards. And the 80% GGPS fiber reinforced is having same deflection when compared to the control concrete deep beam. That's it. This is my research work, which I have done in my postgraduate. I have completed my presentation. If any queries, I can explain it. These are the references that I have taken for my project work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? All right, none. Let's proceed. Let me call on our next presenter about groundwater quality of Lucknow City. Author Adarsh Mishra. Co-author Professor Prakash Netula and Mr. Faraz Khan.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Please share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Adarsh Mishra. I am going to present my paper on groundwater quality of Lucknow City. I am currently pursuing my bachelor's in civil engineering from BBD University, Lucknow. My co-author, Professor Dr. Prakash Netula. He has done his BTech civil engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surthakal, MTech hydraulics and water resource engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surthakal, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. He is an alumni of XLRI, Jamshedpur, India. Currently, he is working as professor and head of department in Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He is actively involved in computational and experimental research work. Good number of research scholars have worked with him and contributed in scientific development. In abstract, water is one of the essential part of human life. Without water, life is not sustainable on Earth. Lucknow, basically being a populated city and a metropolitan city, drinking water scarcity is very common problem here. There are two sources of drinking water: surface water and groundwater. Primarily, groundwater was safe to drink, but due to his discharge of untreated industrial effluents and other chemicals, it is contaminated now. In this research, I will tell you about. I have selected some stations in Lucknow City and have collected some water samples in which I will check temperature, turbidity, conductivity, chloride, fluoride, total hardness, alkalinity, nitrite, and phosphate. Introduction. Groundwater is a major source for providing of not only drinking purpose but also for agriculture and industrial uses. According to the assessment by the National Institution of Transforming India, that is the Niti Aayog, it's a government-run think institution, tells us that in India, annually around 245 billion cubic meters of groundwater is used. That it means it is about 66 trillion gallons of water. India, that is more dependent water found from aquifers, that also accounts to a quarter demand of global demand of groundwater. India uses that much groundwater, water that is universal solvent and has the capacity to dissolve nearly all natural compounds. It is underground water basically is found in aquifers, that it is a body of rock or sediment that holds the groundwater. The groundwater quality is being polluted because of our irresponsible behavior. Like in agriculture, we use different types of pesticides which gives nitrates and phosphates and other toxic element to the which pollutes the aquifers, which holds the groundwater. In Lucknow city, if we talk about the Jal Sansthan supplies around 705 million liter per day of water to 4 lakh households in Lucknow city, of which around 300 million liter per day is supplied through tube wells, that is tube wells and bore wells, that is basically from groundwater. Our mayor in 2019 announced that groundwater table is decreasing day by day, and at a rate of 1 meter every year. So it is a very bad situation in here. Now I'll tell you about the methodology. Samplings were done basically from bore wells and hand pumps. The collected samples were analyzed for temperature, pH, conductivity, turbidity, nitrate, chloride, alkalinity, and total hardness. We have selected few stations, naming Tile Wali Masjid near Shani Mandir, Kaisarbagh, Nishatganj, Janeshwar Mishra Park, Gomti Nagar, and Shahid Path area. Now, as we can see, the table shows us that drinking water standards and the various details of the stations, like temperature in groundwater in station number 1, that is Tile Wali Masjid, that is 21.16 degrees. Basically, temperature is directly related to chemical reactions and biochemical reaction in water and its living organism. Minimum temperature recorded is at 21.3 degrees Celsius at Shani Mandir, Kaisarbagh, and maximum found at 22.93 degrees Celsius near Lakshman Mela ground, Nishatganj. Now, pH of water is a very important determination of water quality, since it affects other chemical reactions such as solubility and metal toxicity. Minimum pH is found at 7.23 near Lakshman Mela ground, Nishatganj, and the maximum was found at 7.86 at Tile Wali Masjid. Turbidity is other important thing. Turbidity will be high if the scattering of light is greater, and low turbidity values indicate high water clarity. High values indicate low water clarity. Turbidity was found less than 1.0 NTU at all stations, which means it is acceptable. Now, if we tell about the conductivity, maximum conductivity was found at 344 μ at near Shani Mandir, Kaisarbagh, and maximum was found at near Sai Vista Infratech, Shahid Path, that is 2042.67 μ. Now, TDS, that is total dissolved solid, are expressed by the weight of residue left when water sample has been evaporated to dryness. TDS refers to the material that is completely dissolved in water. Its analysis is important because to determine whether the water is useful for drinking or agricultural purpose. Minimum TDS was found at Shani Mandir, Kaisarbagh, that is 263.66 milligram per liter, and maximum was found at 1018.33 milligram per liter near Sai Vistan Pratak Shahid. Now the neutralizing capacity of acid. Now the alkalinity. The alkalinity basically means the neutralizing capacity of acids in water without any significant change in pH. Hydroxide, carbonates, and bicarbonates are a main source of alkalinity. Minimum was found at Shani Mandir Kaisarbagh, that is 156.67. Maximum was found at Janeshwar Mishra Park, that is 371.67. And it just more alkalinity means it gives a bitter taste to water. Chlorine is contaminated basically because of groundwater, mostly because that in the water supply that we have in our home, that is chlorinated, and when we discharge it in the normal to our home and it goes to groundwater, it contaminates the aquifer. That basically chlorine was minimum found at Tile Wali Masjid, 34.67 milligram per liter, and maximum was found at 143.67 milligram per liter at Lakshman Mila Ground, Nishat Village. Now, nitrite was maximum found at near Shani Mandir Kaisarbagh. Basically, nitrites and phosphate and sulfates, they come from the industrial waste and agricultural waste. Agricultural waste basically is like in agriculture irrigation we use various type of we use various types of fertilizers and pesticides that accounts to the pollution of groundwater by nitrate and phosphate and sulfate. And in conclusion, the study reveals that TDS, total hardness, sulfate, alkalinity, and calcium and magnesium was found higher than prescribed in standard, while turbidity, pH, temperature, conductivity, and chloride, nitrate, nitrogen, phosphate were within prescribed permissible limit in Lucknow. In this study, we found that station number 2, that is Shani Mandir Kaisarbagh, was safe for drinking purpose. The average result at GW1 station, Tile Wali Masjid, shows that alkalinity was 225.67 milligram per liter, which is higher than the safe drinking water standard, that is 200 milligram per liter. Rest all the parameters were within the range of drinking water standards. Station number 3, Lakshman Mela Ground, Nishadganj, showed a higher dissolved solids, total hardness, alkalinity, respectively, which were higher than the standards. At GW4 station, that is Janeshwar Mishra Park, Gomti Nagar, total dissolved solid was found at 533.4 milligram per liter, and alkalinity was observed at 371.67 milligram per liter, which was higher than standard. The average result at station number 5, that is Sai Vista Infratech near Shahid Path, shows that total dissolved solids and total hardness and sulfate and alkalinity was observed 1018 milligram per liter, 225.33 milligram per liter, 1232.33 milligram per liter, and 355 milligram per liter, which are above the range as per drinking water standards. Rest all the parameters was within the range of drinking water standards. So I conclude my paper. I have used these references. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from our chair? All right, seems none. All right, and that concludes our technical session 1. Thank you so much for all the participants. Now let's proceed with our technical session 2, and let us welcome our session chairs for the technical session 2. Let us welcome Mr. Mod Afaki Khan and Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi. So Mr. Mod Afaki Khan was born in 1982 in Gonda City. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from ZHSET Amu Aligarh in 2009. In 2012, he received his Master's degree in Structural Engineering from the same university. He joined BBDU Lucknow in 2012 as a faculty. He worked as the head of department in Babu Banarasi Das Engineering College in Lucknow and is now working as an assistant professor in BBDU Lucknow, Department of Civil Engineering, with a total of 12 years of experience. And also Professor Kamal Nab Tripathi, an assistant professor, Department of Civil Engineering, BBDU Lucknow, with more than 9 years of experience in academic field. Research interest in solid waste management, wastewater treatment, and water quality management. And he also published more than 15 papers in refereed national and international journals. Welcome to our session chair. Welcome, session chairs. And now let's proceed to our first presentation. Paper about the behavior of extended shear tab connection subjected to concentrated loads. Author Preeti Satarkar. Hi. I can't hear you. Right, good job. I can now see your screen. Please have it on presentation mode, but still I cannot hear you.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I, Preeti Satarkar, on behalf of our research team, present on a topic of behavior of extended shear tab connection subjected to a concentrated load. I'm as a research scholar at the Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology, Pune, and these are the biography of my co-authors. Okay, this is the abstract of my present work. In detail, I'll explain in a presentation. This is the organization of my presentation. The first is the introduction, then literature review, objective, development of finite element model, validation of developed model, result of developed model, parametric study, conclusion, and now we'll start with the introduction. With various components. So maximum structures are collapse of the joint, but the shear tab connection is one of the simplest and cost-effective shear connection type. So shear tab is nothing but shear tab is bolted to the beam web and welded to the supporting member. So depending on the distance between the weld line,
Did we lose her?
am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen is gone.
Yes, sure. Now screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So the extended shear plate connection is an economical option for beam to beam and beam to column connection, because it eliminates the need of the course and the easier and safer to erect. So you can see here, this figure shows the schematic diagram of the extended shear tap connection. So depend on a distance A, it classified as a conventional or extended shear tap connection. This is the literature review of my current work. In 1993, Asnan indicated that the EST connection have adequate shear capacity and sufficient rotational ductility to accommodate a simply supported beam and rotation. In 2002, Sherman developed a design procedure and a series of tests was conducted and concluding that the twisting not be considered as a failure mode. In 2004, investigated the parameters affecting the bolt shear rupture strength of the single shear plate connection using the finite element method. In 2005 and 2006, Christian suggested in his study that the AIC 2005 design procedure for single plate shear connection is overly conservative. So in 2017, Suleiman focused on to examine the need of stabilizer plate shear tap connection. So from above literature, it was observed that minimum work was done on stresses in each part of the ESP connection by changing a different parameter. So in the study, we are majorly focused on capacity of connection and the von Mises stresses around the bolt holes by changing the parameters of the joint. So for that, 22 extended shear tap connection with various parameters were modeled in Abacus. So you can see here, these are the objective of my present work. The first objective is development of finite element model for behavior of ESP connection, that is extended shear tap connection. The second objective is verify finite element model result with experiment and utilize for analysis of 22 extended shear tap connection with different parameters. The third objective is compare connection capacity of a 22 connection by FEM and AIC 2010 design procedure. And the last objective is observe bearing stresses around bolt hole in each increment of load by changing the connection parameters. The next is the development of finite element model. So next is the development of finite element model. This is the sequence of the finite element model in a Abacus. So the model was based on the model was done based on the procedure developed by Suleiman in 2013. The Abacus 2013 version was used for the analysis. So the first step is creation of the part. That means first create the part like a beam, column, shear tap, and bolts. Then define the material and assign the section. Then selection of the element. So 8-noded brick element was used to model the beam and column, and 20-noded element was used to model the shear tap and the bolt. So the bolt holes, bolt, and the beam within the twice its depth along the length were discretized by a finer meshes, and the remaining part of the beam discretized by a coarser message. The next step is the assembly of the part. That means assembly of the beam, column, bolts, and the plate. We can say it as a shear tap. Then create an interaction. That means create a connection between these parts, and then assign a bolt pretension load, and then define a boundary condition. So in this case, that means in a extended shear tap connection, the beam is bolted with a shear tap on one end and supported on a roller far end. So at far end, X direction and Y direction, and it's free to rotate. It gets free to rotate. Then next is the loading. Now you can see here the partitioning and meshing of the beam, shear tab, and bolt. You can see in the second figure, the finer meshes is provided at the connection part, and the remaining is the coarser meshes. Now the next is the validation of developed model. So what is exactly a validation? To verify how well the predicts behavior of structure, the previously tested specimen, that is 3U and 4U, were modeled in an abacus. So for 3U, the single load is applied at a distance of 1600 millimeter, and for 4U, the load is applied at a distance of 915 millimeter. Okay, so this the experiment was done by Sherman 2002. So these two specimens we have used for the validation of the developed model. Now the result of the developed model. The first is the 3U specimen. So you can see here in this graph, the graph shows the shear force versus vertical displacement. Graph shows the shear force versus vertical displacement. So this graph shows the comparison of the experimental analysis and the results of the model developed by us in the abacus. So this figure or this graph shows the finite element model predicts the 97% accuracy. So it is quietly a good it is a good agreement between the experiment result and the finite element result. Similarly, in a 4U specimen, again this graph shows the shear force versus vertical displacement figure. Again, this is a comparison of the experimental study and the model developed by us in abacus. So this graph also shows that means the finite element model also predicts the 95.8% accuracy. So for 4U specimen, we also check the shear force versus angle of twist graph. So you can see the red line shows the results of the abacus, and the blue line shows the results of the experimental study. So if we observe this graph, the figure shows the 88% accuracy of the finite element model. So if we observe all three graphs, these all three figures shows a good agreement between the experiment result and the finite element result in a abacus. Now next part of our study is the parametric study. So for parametric study, 22 connection were designed by changing the distance between the line and the center line of the bolt. So first changing the distance from 9 inch to 11 inch. Then the second parameter is the depth of the shear tab. Then third parameter, next parameter is the width of the flange, then grade of the bolt. So two grade of the bolt is used, A325 and A490 of the beam. Okay, so these three different these 7 parameters is used in study. So you can see this is the details of the representative connection. Now failure mode by using ICCEASI 2010 code and the failure mode by using abacus. These are the connection IDs. That means these are the 22 connection, and all these 22 connections W14 by 90. These table, the capacity computed from FEA is 1.14 times larger than the AIC, and the failure mode are exactly matches. You can see here the failure mode using AISC 2010 procedure and by a finite element as analytics. So you can see, and if you observe this table, the all column mostly fail in bold shear, net shear bending interaction, and the bold bearing failure. So you can see the failure of the joint. The first bold shear failure. You can see here the ultimate. It reaches the ultimate bold cross section reaches to the ultimate strength. Then similarly, the second figure shows the bold bearing failure, and the last figure shows the net shear bending interaction. Additionally, we are checking the bolt holes. So you can process around the bolt hole of 22 connection with failure. Okay, so these are the 22 connection. These are the failure loads, and this is the 1 message stresses. So all connection not reach to the ultimate stresses. Now the conclusion of the study. The first conclusion is proposed finite element model mechanism of the extended shear tap connection with the rigid support. Second is the capacity of connection has been predicted by finite element model is exactly matched with the capacity measured by experiment. Now conclusion is, our third conclusion is, the FEM predict capacity of connection and the measured responses such as the relationship between the shear 7.8% for 3U and 95.8% for 4U. The fourth conclusion is the finite element model predicts 89% accuracy of 4U model for the relationship between the shear force and the angle of twist. The next conclusion is the failure mode of connections. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Am I audible? Yes. The failure mode of connection in a parametric study exactly matches with the AISC 2000 design procedure, and the 1.4 times greater than the AISC code. The bearing stresses around the bolt hole of connection 4, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20, 21, and 22 not reach to the ultimate strength of the plate due to the thickness of the wear greater than the plate thickness. Now, these are the references of my study. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair? All right, I think none. Let's go ahead and proceed. Let me call. Thank you so much for that.
Ma'am.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, myself, Mohammed Rafa, and I would like to ask what is the shear and how? Hello?
So you're not audible, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Audible?
Yes,
what
you
is
are.
the shear and how it is affecting?
Yes, sir, you are. Yes.
Yes.
So please, can you repeat the question, please?
Will you please answer?
So please repeat the question.
Okay.
Because we are not
Please,
audible in
yes. What is the, how shear is affecting in your topic?
Actually, sir, extended shear tap connection is designed for the
Yes.
Low to moderate shear.
Yes, yes.
So we use this connection for low to moderate shear. We are designing the extended shear type connection.
Yes, yes. In a high-rising building, will you please answer? In a high-rising building, the shear is where the shear is 0 and where the shear is maximum. Are you getting my point?
The shear is maximum at the center
Yes.
line of the board. Sir,
Okay,
please
thank
repeat the
you.
question. You're not. Yes, the maximum
Okay,
shear
thank you, thank you,
is at
thank
the center line of the bolt line.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Proceed to other member. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that presentation. No other questions. Let's proceed with the next paper. The study of textural behavior of concrete pavement, a case study of Yamuna Expressway. Author Shrivastava and Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Co-author Daya Shankar Ray and Dr. Rakesh Varma.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi.
Myself, Dayashankar Ray. Actually, there is something wrong. I am author and Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava is co-author, and it has been corrected by the authority, but this has not gone to you, please. Okay, ma'am. I am presenting the paper.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So I extend my thanks to chair who has given me opportunity for presenting my research work here. So I am asking chair to start my presentation. Should I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Sir, please, sir, proceed.
ये कहाँ से My screen is visible, sir?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So today my research work topic is a study of textural behavior of concrete pavement and a case study of Yamuna Expressway. Myself, Dayashankar Rai. I am author of this topic. Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava is co-author. Dr. Rakesh Verma is co-author. Myself, Dayashankar Rai. Dayashankar Rai is the professor and head of Civil Engineering Department, BBD Institute of Technology and Management, Lucknow. He has 40 years experience in industry and academy. He has completed his MTech program from IIT Kanpur in 1981. Now he is PhD research scholar. 17 students have already completed their MTech program under his guidance. 34 technical papers have already published in national and international journals. He is FIE along with member of other 3 professional organizations. Apart from this, Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava, he is my guide also. He is professor in SRMU and retired engineering chief in UP PWD and retired managing director in UP State Bridge Corporation. Dr. Rakesh Verma, he is professor in SRMU and he is retired chief engineer UP Irrigation. So now come to the abstract modern highway transportation system. Today, it is a requirement of enhanced technology and innovative materials. Every person needs higher speed and lesser time of travel expressway attain more priority than the other type of road, where lesser intersection, lesser obstruction has been provided. So concrete pavement design of expressway come into notice. For the providing resistance by the providing higher texture depth on the pavement surface. That will provide better gripping value both in dry and wet conditions. Number of accidents due to tire bursting phenomena, and that is occurring in the rigid pavement because of a smooth surface provided on the pavement surface. The texture provided on the pavement, and that is nothing but a series of repeating figure drawn transverse to the moving direction in order to attain the desired value of skid resistance and friction. Abrupt increase in amount of energy being produced by the due to the and get it distributed into the environment. This causes increase in temperature and pressure in the rolling tires. This causes accident due to the problem of tire bursting. Poor quality of tire can lead to the tire bursting phenomena more frequently. This paper has studied the amount of energy get distributed into the environment and also optimization of texture depth and temperature and pressure enhancement in view of Jamuna Expressway. The description. The decision of rigid pavement that needs to service life. As we know, the concrete pavement has a service life of nearly 30 years to 40 years, whereas in the life of flexible pavement is generally 15 years. The fuel consumption is also an important part. In the smooth surface, the fuel consumption will lesser, whereas due to wear and tear of the flexible pavement, the fuel consumption will more in some extended period. Weather condition is also important. That will consider before going to take decision of the rigid pavement. Maintenance cost is almost daily in the rigid pavement, whereas the maintenance cost of flexible pavement is much more higher. Natural resources are required in both, but in our country, we here the limestone are in abundance. So the cement that we can produce will be cheaper as compared to the bitumen which is used in flexible pavement. And this is the bitumen is a byproduct of refinery which are imported from the different iron exporting countries. So government is now trying to switch over from the bituminous surface, means flexible pavement, to the rigid pavement. Now all expressways are going to be constructed with the rigid pavement. That will promote the environment friendly also. Initial cost of the rigid pavement is of course higher, but in long run, its maintenance is more or less nil. So in long run, it becomes cheaper than the flexible pavement. Stability of the roadway surface should be non-yielding to allow the heavy load vehicle of traffic to move with the minimum possible rolling resistance. Uniform along the longitudinal profile so as to provide the fast-moving vehicles move safely and comfortably at the design speed. The main objective of well-designed and constructed pavement is to have elastic deformation within the permissible limit so that the roadway can sustain a large number of repeated load applications during its design life. A common cause in the accident broadly bursting of tire occurs when there is a rapid loss of pressurized air from within the tire. When there is a compromise with the respect to the structural integrity of the tire is unable to hold all that air inside. Due to this situation, the pressurized air escapes out, tearing a part of tire rapidly, causing an explosion and a severe damage to the tire surface. There are two major causes of tire bursting are direct impact, high possibility of direct impact of the tire, resulting in slashing of the surface at some point, which become an open invitation for all the pressurized air to escape out, thus leading to tire burst. High temperature. India lies in the tropical or subtropical region, so it is prone to hot weather, resulting to high temperature, and heat is enemy of especially the tire. Due to high temperature, there is excessive buildup of heat in the tire, and this increase the temperature inside the moving tire, results in increase of the tire pressure. Friction between the pavement surface and the moving tire helps this process and weaken the tire, which may result bursting of tire due to heat buildup. This is a figure of tire, and you see here, this is the side walls, this is thread, this is a belt plies, this is the inner liner, bead filler, and beads, and the radial cords. You know, the weakest point of the tire is the radial cords, which needs more attention, more research to strengthen the tire. Generally, the tire bursts occurs generally at that radial cord. Under inflation is the reason behind more than 75% of tire burst induced accident. Such underinflation tires suffer from excessive flexing, and that increase the contact patch with the pavement surface, which lead to the accumulation of excessive frictional force, and in turn build up heat inside the tire. Buildup of heat is much higher than those induced during the hot summer. High speed, every tire is meant for function best at the particular speed and the maximum speed that the tire can hold. Beyond the particular speed will increase the friction level and wear quickly. So in this case, more than one factor are responsible for bursting of tire. Concrete pavement have two engineering parameters which governs the movement of the vehicle on the road. Skidding. Accident occur on the pavement, concrete pavement due to a smoothness of the traveling surface. A rear vehicle collides front vehicle, especially in wet season when brake is applied, and the water over surface act as a lubricant between the wheel and pavement surface. To make pavement surface skid resistance, texture are provided over the surface. Though traveling surface become skid resistant by providing texturing, and accidents have been avoided. Energy produced. Huge quantity of extra energy are produced due to texturing on the surface in the form of heat. Major part of heat are diffused in the environment, which causes more environmental impact. Some part of heat are transmitted inside the tire through the wheel of the vehicle and increase the temperature of the air inside the tire. The increase in temperature in the tire increases pressure of air inside the tire. Finally, the tire burst causes a vital accident when a traveling time is more. See here in the this is the figure of a tire, and heat is transferring by all three methods, by conduction, by radiation, and by convection. Now discuss measuring. What I have done in the research work, measuring of texture, and it has been done by the sand patch test. And here there is an example. This is the one patch. This is the one patch where the measurement has been done as a Y1, and this is the second patch where the measurement is Y2. So Y1 minus Y2 by 2 will give, and after computing the texture value, then we go for the computing the research work. Now the pressure in the tire is measured by the tire pressure gauge used to determine the pressure in the tire of the vehicle. Since tire are designed for a specific load, a specific pressure. So it is necessary to maintain the tire pressure at a proper level as per manual. Precision of gauge should be in range of plus minus 3 psi to plus minus 1 psi. And see here, this is the concrete pavement. Here the textures are provided, and this is the pressure gauge, tire pressure gauge, by which we have measured the pressure of tire at different places. Now, data analysis. There is some assumption that gas filled in a tire will behave like ideal gases and undergoes a perfectly elastic collision. Concrete pavement has a better riding quality than the flexible pavement. The frictional resistance is provided to the tire of the vehicle by force grain of the mix by which pavement has been constructed. The concrete pavement had very smooth riding surface, which caused a rear collision of the vehicle. To avoid this type of accident, texture have been provided to overcome this type of demerits of the concrete pavement. Due to provision of texture, extra heat is generated, which causes increase of temperature inside the tire. As per thermodynamics law, heat is proportional to pressure. Hence, pressure is increased inside the tire and the temperature increase inside the tire. Before conclusion, we go for the appendix. Here, what I have done, I have measured the texture depth at 3 places at 14 point, China is 14.002 to 14.598. And you see nomenclature that I have given here. This is on the side. This is GER, means Greater Noida, Edatmapur, right. Greater Noida, Edatmapur Central. Greater Noida, Edatmapur left, and so on. So, because there are 6 lanes, one is from Greater Noida to Edatmapur, and one is from Edatmapur to Greater Noida. So, I have drawn this graph, and you see there is no major change in the texture. That is completely based on the level of the concrete pavement during the construction. The texture has been drawn by texturing machine. But one thing is important. At the central part of the expressway, the smoothness is now more predominant than the left and right. See, this is the texture depth at channel 31.2 to 31.398. Again, that is 45.8 to 45.998. So these are the measurement of the texture. The next is we have measured the tire pressure starting at the Greater Noida to initial reading, and then finally after reaching the vehicles at Edatmapur, then we have measured the tire pressure, and we have drawn the graph like this way. And you see here, this is the initial pressure, and initial pressure. These are the 4 initial pressure, 4 vehicles I have provided to just measure the final pressure. So in this way, we can see that the lower part of the graph is initial pressure, where the higher part is the pressure after reaching 165 kilometers road length of Jamuna Expressway. Again, this is the differential tire pressure. I have measured it in different. You see here, this is the PRARI. The nomenclature that I have given means a real axle, a right inner wheel. The nomenclature that I have given of different type. I have taken one vehicle having front axle having 2 wheels, and rear axle having 4 wheels. So I have nomenclature is as per my convenience. So these are the differential pressure that I have drawn here. To compare the heat generated or the pressure enhancement in the tire, I have conducted an experiment on the Lucknow Prayagraj road on flexible pavement. It is assumed that if the express highway have no texture, then the amount of energy will be same. So here we can see the heat generated after 165 kilometer of road length in Lucknow Prayagraj road. This is the graph where the temperature is lesser than the temperature at the Jamuna Expressway. Now again come to our previous conclusion. So here is the graph. This is the flexible pavement tire pressure, and the blue ink is the rigid pavement. So this is the difference of temperature due to texturing on the rigid pavement. So tire bursting phenomena occurs when the pressure increases beyond the permissible limit which tire is designed, and it also depends on the life of tire and distance covered by that tire. The graph has been prepared between the type of pavement and the presence of tire after traveling of equal distance of 165 kilometers, as I have told you earlier. In above graph, the average mean texture depth for Lucknow Prayagraj Highway and Jamuna Expressway are 1.54 mm and 2.8 mm respectively. Average initial tire pressure on flexible pavement means Lucknow Prayagraj Highway and the concrete pavement is 32.25 and 32.84 respectively PSI. The final pressure in the tire after traveling 165 kilometers, you see in both cases, both vehicles are traveling the same distance, have been 40.26 PSI, and in Jamuna Expressway that was 45.35 PSI respectively. So it is quite clear that a texture depth is the main factor for the heat generation on the pavement surface. Presently, concrete pavement has an edge over the flexible pavement due to availability of raw material of cement industry and costly procurement of bitumen used in flexible pavement. Inflation pressure and age of the tire play a vital role in the dissipation of energy. If the texture depth reduced, the pressure reduces, but the chances of rear collision may increase. If texture depth is increased, the pressure in tire increases, but chances of tire bursting may increase. So there are in both cases there are chances of accident. So it is necessary to optimize the texture depth is essential for the safe journey on the concrete pavement, which depends upon the age of the tire, speed of the vehicles, distance travel, and environmental condition. So these are the conclusion. Thank you very much to listen my presentation. Thank you very much.
Any questions from our chair?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
How texture is affecting the areas where the temperature are normal? I mean, like in South Africa and in our country, like North India and the different parts of India, where
Okay,
the temperatures are varying.
Yes.
Can we?
Yeah.
Can
Yes.
we? Sir,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Why I'm not giving the figure? I'm not
Yes.
giving figure that this is the optimum value of the texture, optimum value of texture depth, because that depend upon the environmental conditions. The
Yes, sir.
texture provided in the Rajasthan in compared to the Meghalaya, that will be entirely different. In our country, it is a tropical country. Here, the normal temperature is higher than the European country. So in a European country, they can provide more depth, that will provide more resistance to on the concrete pavement. Where in India, or as you have told, in South Africa, the temperature is higher, where we have to optimize, depending on the condition of the environment, depending on the condition of the rainfall, depending on the condition of the locality. So it is very necessary to optimize each and every highway where it is located. Thank you, sir.
Sure, sir. Thanks for explaining very effectively in such a way that each and everything is well explained for my viewers and listeners. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let me call on the paper about optimizing the optimizing the mixture proportion and prediction of compressive strength of polymer modified recycled coarse aggregate concrete. A review. Author by Hi. Yes, I can see your screen. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, one and all, and thanks the entire committee for choosing my paper for the conference. Okay, so today.
Oh, by the way, have it on presentation mode, please.
Yes, I'm going to that. Yeah, thank you. Today I'm presenting my paper, Optimizing the Mixture Proportion and Prediction of Compressive Strength of Polymer Modified Recycled Coarse Aggregate, and it's a review. And myself, Savitri Nair, I'm an Associate Professor in School of Architecture, Cochin, and also Research Scholar in Department of Civil Engineering, CCEASI, Kerala. My co-author is Deepa Balakrishnan, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, School of Engineering, CCCEASI. So the global understanding of development is gradually changing, and the countries now are looking forward for a sustainable development. So what can we do for that? World is now on a mission to achieve this transformation by process of design, composition, and operation. What a construction industry can do, let's see. You can reuse construction and demolition waste, aim for lean construction, design for a minimum, computational optimization, minimize energy in construction, minimize energy in use, and conserve water. We can actually use any of these, and let's see how we can contribute. So I have taken a few techniques from that is using a sustainable material and transforming the design process. So together leads to environmental sustainability. So this is how the abstract is. So I'm choosing an alternative material, and the alternate material which I'm choosing is recycled coarse aggregate, which is being taken from the construction waste. And the recycled coarse aggregate has its own loss of strength for physical and mechanical properties. So for strengthening that, we have to add some kind of cementitious material. So here I'm taking a polymer that is styrene butadiene rubber. And together, mixed proportion, I'm using a machine optimization with appropriate selection of input parameters. So together, looking for environmental sustainability. As we all know, we have a huge place or landfill filled with construction and demolition waste. If this goes at this rapid rate, in future, we will not be able to have a space for disposition of construction waste. So what can we do? We can incorporate these construction waste as recycled coarse aggregate in construction. But what is recycled coarse aggregate? It is actually the construction waste. The old concrete, we can crush and use this for construction. So research has been going on for recycled coarse aggregate, and significant research efforts are being carried. And it has been observed that recycled coarse aggregate lacks mechanical strength and also physical strength, and it is not up to the mark as a conventional aggregate. This is all because the surface of recycled aggregate is coated with old cement paste, and lack of strength development in between the intertransitional zone. And further studies have shown that these properties of recycled aggregate concrete can be enhanced both physically and mechanically by adding some supplementary cementitious material. And for the study, I have taken a polymer, that is styrene butadiene rubber, and together mixed proportion we are planning to do as in a computer optimization way. But let's see what are the general optimization methods. So we have a prescriptive design approach, then we have experimental design optimization, and then computational design optimization. What is prescriptive design? This is an approach which has been done in early 1900, where we have the ratio cement sand to aggregate, and it's quite similar to the absolute volume method, where we take the quantities in volumetric ratios and we fix the design decisions and you do the testing, and if it meets the requirement, we design. But if not, we go for a different volume. And next option is experimental optimization. We can design mixed proportions, and we can carry out experiments with different design mixed proportions, and you can conduct tests, and finally we choose for the best possible design. But for RCA has diverse behavior, so we have to seriously test, or the testing has to be elaborate. So this demands for more material, time, and cost. We need a satisfying solution for proportioning recycled aggregate, along with reduced cost and environmental sustainability. So looking into a feasible solution to improve the performance, and studies related to recycled coarse aggregate concrete, models based on experimental data, which can predict the compressive strength with acceptable errors, need to be stimulated. What is optimization method or computation by computational design? This is totally a mathematization. In computational optimization, the key criteria are the formulation of the problem, creating relationship with various input factors, and finally the optimization algorithm. Nowadays, artificial neural networks is being widely used for optimization techniques. And first among the researchers to use in concrete property was Kaspersky to model compressive strength of high performance concrete. And it has been noted that every single type of concrete has different mixture constituents and different data sets. Predictive performance of these properties of mixture varies. And because of that, it is important to train the parameters, and the parameters which we are going to feed or input. The model should have input, then an output, and also it has hidden layers and neurons attached to each hidden layer. The important factor to be considered here is that the optimal number of neurons in hidden layer will be determined by the training process. In concrete mixture design using the input layer nodes are concrete mixture decision variables, and the output layer is the objective or objectives. The prediction accuracies of these methods largely depends on selection of parameters, which is very important. Various features like water cement ratios, recycled coarse aggregate substitution rates, fine aggregate content, any admixtures that also need to be considered, and have the advantage of modeling the relationship between large number of decision variables and objectives when compared to the traditional statistical techniques. So this is a model where you have input layer, you have hidden layers where the processing takes place, and you have the decision layer or the output layer. So choosing the inputs, we can have the exact objectives or the output layer. So one of the primary thing which we have to do is for creating an model is formulation of a problem. And the first step for that is decision of input variables. Input variables are chosen to optimize a problem. The input variables can be independent or continuous. Suppose we are considering recycled coarse aggregate. Relative properties need to be taken. There will be significant difference between types of aggregates, and this will affect the result if not decided upon properly. So let's see some of the input variables. You have discrete variables and continuous variables. Some of this cement type, supplementary cementitious, material type, recycled coarse aggregate size, these are all discrete. But other input variables, water cement ratio, recycled coarse aggregate content, fine aggregate content, and supplementary cementitious material content, they're all continuous. And additional parameters which we can include, since we are using recycled aggregate, sand to aggregate ratio, water to total cement ratio, and aggregate cement ratio, and also replacement ratio of natural aggregates by recycled aggregates. These all can be used as additional input parameters. And for a proper problem formulation, we need to have a proper objective. So during the proper formulation of problem, there should be a specific objective. So in recent times, multi-objective problems are considered related to real applications. For instance, multi-objective study in concrete may include compressive strength of concrete, same time slump, then durability also. At times, this could be challenging because considering the fact that this includes enormous process of data, visualization and analyzing, and also computer intensity is high. But the advantage of multi-objective optimization is that the interaction between the objective can be analyzed. So this is a flowchart for computational optimization, where we initially decide upon the problem formulation, selecting the suitable decision parameters and objectives, and suitable constraints also. So we have, we will be training the entire data set to the end, and we will establish a proper relationship between all these input variables, and we'll be getting an optimization output result or the objective. And you can do the experimental verification for the same. And if it meets the specification, you can go for design solution. So concluding, optimization mixed proportion through machine learning process can fulfill the action of achieving desired objective if the input parameters are chosen effectively. And it is noted that the properties of recycled coarse aggregate are diverse and different from natural aggregate. Normally, experimental analysis of concrete made with RCA demands more samples and will be more time consuming. So this will lead to limited usage of recycled coarse aggregate. But in mixture optimization by machine learning, RCA can promote the usage of recycled coarse aggregate widely in construction industry, and hence reduce the waste in construction process. And furthermore, the models can give economic designs and will reduce the cost and time required, which will elevate the environmental footprint of concrete production. So initially we have to train the artificial neural network. We need to have a set of data for training, then testing and validation. So these are all the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair? Right? None?
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Thank you so much for that presentation. And now let me call on the paper about strength studies on fly ash-based fiber boards for buildings. Author Sridhar and co-author Purnima. Right. Let me call on the next paper about road safety audit on existing road stretch of Mathura Vrindavan Road. Author Amir Ali Khan and co-author Deepak Panwar. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Wait for 2 minutes, ma'am. He is coming. Ma'am, author is coming for this paper.
Oh, hi. Okay, thank
Hello.
you.
Okay, members, ma'am, wait for 1 minute only.
And I would like to remind all the remaining presenters to please be mindful of the allotted time, which is 10 minutes per presentation, including the question and answer portion, so that we can stay on schedule. And please, for the remaining presenters, be ready of your presentation. Once your name is called, share your screen and present. All right, are we ready?
Myself, Deepak Kumar. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Have your presentation on presentation mode. Thank you.
Myself, Deepak Kumar from Sumanil Designers and Consultants Private Limited. Our project, road safety audit on existing road, stretch of Mathura Vrindavan Road. During the planning of construction and maintenance phase of a road safety audit is a critical technique for paying much attention to road safety. It is a formal, systematic, and detailed examination of road project by an independent qualified team of auditors that lead to a report of the potential safety concern in the project of IRC SP 88/2019. From the DPR stage to the operational and maintenance stage, a road safety audit including checklist should be compulsory part at every stage of the project. In this study, a comprehensive safety analysis of the existing 7.85 kilometer stretch on Mathura Vrindavan Road MDR 123 was carried out at actual site location. Project road start from the Vrindavan mode near Masani police station and terminate in Vrindavan near Mungar Raj Mandir. According to the IRC, number of the recommendations are required to address the inequalities of advanced cautionary hazard marker and on parapet wall of culvert, delineator proper marking etc. For safe and efficient traffic movement, the goal of this research is to determine the most likely causes of road accident and to come with solutions. Various recommendations and remedial measures along with their priorities were also suggested. Road safety audit assists the operation of road, focusing on road safety as its affect the user of the road. These users including pedestrian, cyclist, motorcyclist, truck, bus drivers, on-road public transport users, etc. Road traffic injuries are the number one causes of the death among those aged 15 to 19. The road users are not perfect. The main causes of the accident is the road users confusion in driving, fatigue, stress may lead to the accidents. Road safety audit is an internal part of the road project. The various checklists given in the road safety manuals SP 88/2019 is used to identify the potential safety issue. Literature review. Chaudhary et al. from 2019 frame a paper on the road safety audit, a case study on Kota Jawahar Road, Rajasthan, India. In this paper, the real practice of the road safety audit on existing road in different countries were summarized. This road safety audit have a vision to reduce the number of accidents taking place taking place. The main objective of this identity of accident suggest the site selection. For the present study, a stretch of 7.85 kilometers of Mathura 3 were taken into consideration. Project road start from Vrindavan Mode near Masani police station and terminate in Vrindavan near Mungar temple. Salient feature of the study: length of road 7.85, width of carriageway 2 into 8.75, number of side loads 4, number of side roads 2, number of crossroads 2, number of culverts 5, number of minor bridge 1, number of major bridge 1, and number of habitation is 2. Some observations were taken from the site. First observation, minor junction, right hand side road, location changes from 0 to 50. Minor road is merging with the main road without warning cautionary sign. There is no rumble strip on the minor road to slow down the approaching vehicles. Recommendation: the provide advance cautionary sign for right side road as per IRC 67/2019. As per IRC, provide rumble strip at least 10 meters from the edge of the carriageway. Stop signs will be installed on minor road distance 3 meters from the stop line. Second observation is minor bridge. There is no object hazard marker and or delineator on both sides of the bridge. This may lead to the accident, especially during the night. Provide hazard marker as per relevant IRC code. Third observation: there are no advance sign for presence of hospital, no horn sign boards. The sign also is missing near the hospital. Provide advance signs for hospital as per the IRC 67 recommendation. Third observation is median opening. The object hazard marker is absent at the start of the median. So according to IRC 67, provide two-way hazard marker. Third observation is culvert, absence of object hazard marker or delineators. As per IRC 67/2019, provide object hazard marker at parapet walls, culvert, and delineator at the approach of the culvert. Fourth observation is major bridge. Absence of object hazard marker and delineator at major bridge. Absence W-beam crash barrier for high embankment. According to IRC 199, W-beam crash barrier should be provided up to 3-meter embankment. Fifth observation, crossroad. Minor intersection, no sign marking. They provide advanced cautionary sign as per IRC 67, rumble strip and road marking as per IRC 35. Sixth observation is school. Absence of cautionary sign for schools, absence of pedestrian crossing, absence of bar marking crossing at the main carriageway for pedestrian crossing traffic. Provide advanced cautionary sign for school, provide pedestrian crossing as per IRC 35. Open drain. The drains will be covered, ensure the pedestrian and road safety road user. The road user is the main concern in our country. The road safety audit done to find the issues, deficiency in the road design and surrounding, the environment with respect to safety, and to suggest the possible remedial measures. This paper trying to present the road safety audit of 7.85 kilometer stretch of Mathura Vrindavan Road, MDR 123. It comprises that defect in the road sign with respect to the safety of road users along the severity of the risks. Various irregularities also finding are absence of sign, absence of marking, absence of hazard marker, absence of delineator, uncontrolled minor junctions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? All right, let's proceed. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I would like to call on the next presenter. Challenges and opportunities in precast construction industry in Indian scenario. Author by Abhi Rakulia and co-author Praveen Minde.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello. The previous participant is not unsharing, so I cannot share the screen.
Right, it stopped sharing. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Is the screen
All
visible?
right. Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode and proceed.
So my research topic is challenges and opportunities in precast construction industry in Indian scenario. So author is myself Abhi Rakolia. Co-authors are Praveen R. Minde and Murdula S. Kulkarni. So about myself, I am from Surat, Gujarat, and I have completed my graduation from Parol University in 2020 in Vadodara and currently pursuing postgraduate program in construction engineering and management from Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune. So my co-author and guide Praveen Arminde completed BE and ME from Pune University in 2014. Currently pursuing PhD from MIT WPU Pune. He has published more than 12 national and international books in domain of civil engineering, and he has published more than 15 research articles in reputed journals. So abstract. The concept of build it fast within the most conservative way has not changed since the beginning. In any case, unused advances have been created to suit present-day world development. We are as of now on the skirt of large-scale urbanization, thus confronting a tremendous request from building houses. India is the world's fastest developing nation with a financial development rate of 7.5% for the last 5 years. One of such arrangements is precast construction development innovation. The essential reason for precast development is to create structural components in a productive work environment with getting to specialized abilities and hardware to diminish fetched and time uses on the location, whereas improving the quality and consistency of precast innovation. The so-called unusual strategy within the Indian field can encourage both speed and quality and abuse the presence that ventures offer in terms of re and volume. Precast concrete technologies are now widely used and practiced in the industry. Thermal, acoustic, and seismic resistant technologies, as well as aesthetically pleasing architectural precast fades of buildings, are already available and used in many countries. With such innovation products and construction, precast technology can gain traction in the Indian construction industry. So, introduction. The traditional construction method used in India requires a lot of labors for extended period of time, which results in high cost, long duration of construction, and quality variance due to human interventions. Precast concrete as a building method allows for more control over the entire project. As we increase the size of the project and as we go towards mega project, the workforce required becomes high variable. To avoid such a situation and to have complete control over quality, cost and timeline, we decided to go for precast construction. So need for this research. Uh, to move to precast technology has been made following growing demand for high quality affordable housing. So the government has already set an ambition project to build 20 million affordable houses and 98 smart cities by 2022. Precast construction concrete building technology will be the key enabler for such projects, as it will ensure fast completion of project and also bring down overall cost of the construction. Literature review. Precast development is an excellent stage-wise process that involves creating objects in a plant-based environment according to the required dimensions, move these objects, setting them up, and assembling them. The main point of interest for precast development are reduction of time, reduction of waste, and low demand for workers in the area, improved product quality, improved safety in the area, etc. These benefits can provide assistance in increasing effect of efficient transfers. In many developing countries such as India, the cost of doing business with a traditional or conventional strategy is always cheaper than the cost incurred in securing increased development. For a variety of reasons such as low wage industry, need for research and development, networking issue, need for stable partnerships. So these are the methodology used. Comparative study of precast and conventional method, then data collection, then time comparison, cost comparison, productivity and challenges that are faced by precast technology. So these are the two pictures that show the difference. Like in precast, we can see the aesthetic views is also very beautifully seen. So the difference. So for excavation, there is no difference. For precast also, we need to do excavation, and for pour, like in cast in situ, we also need for the excavation. It requires the same time. Weather. So in precast, we use the controlled environment, like we used factories to build the components. So weather does not play a factor in does not play a factor in weather. So as in we can see in cast in situ, weather conditions will delay progress. Like in rain, we cannot do concreting work, and like in cold weather, we can see that the curation time will be longer. So with respect to strength, strict strength requirements before leaving the plant. So we can see in the factory process, the strengths are always monitored and considered for all precast materials. In case of cast in situ, variable factors into a final product like temperature, wind, humidity, etc., can impact final strength. So control quality, as it is for precast, we build the components in the well environment factories, so the quality of the control is maintained overall. And in cast in situ, concrete is subjected to outside variables like weather condition changes, and because of that, all the testing must be performed. So the dimensions and all the components were the same. They considered both the segment, like first they built it from conventional method, and the second one built from the precast method. So in project one, it is a very small scale project. The in project one, the blue bar chart shows the conventional method. The cost of that is 596, and in the precast it is 514. So we can see there is not much difference in small scale projects. So let's move to a large scale project, or we can call mega projects. So in mega projects, we can see that the conventional method can cost up to 877, and precast method can cost up to 681. So it is a very huge difference with compared to small scale projects. So it is very useful when we have large scale construction projects. Now time comparison. Quality cost from so the compared to the in situ streaming strategy, the precast method is less time consuming because of the fixed objects that are transferred in a timely manner and set on a site that minimizes unnecessary care of equipment usage. This allows for other extensions to start work faster with accelerated development time, and it even more fun with the minimal negative influence around them. Cast in situ mixing strategy requires time component because concrete requires a minimum of 28 days to obtain 90% quality of its complete strength. So we can see both the table. So first one is prefabricated construction. So the precast building time was calculated with information collected from precast production. The time frame for the completion of the business is divided into three stages: the lower structure, the upper structure, and the finishing work. Where a substructure took the same amount of time of in both conventional building and in also precast installation, but the upper structure was immediately wrapped. So we can see in the substructure was taken 22 days. Then superstructure is like wall panels, framing, and roof slabbing. It only took 12 days. And the finishing work like electrical, plumbing, painting, tiling, and windows took 31 days for precast. And we can see the total duration of conventional, like substructure took the same time, but superstructure like column, lintels, and sunshades, beams, roof slab, etc., took 52 days, and finishing work took 54 days. So there is a lot of time difference between them. The productivity. The loss of performance in the precast method is as small as a result of various less workers in pre-installation construction sites. As we can observe in the bar chart, it clearly portrays that precast uses 20% less concrete, 30% less steel, 50% less labors, and 50% less wastage during construction than cast in situ, or we can say conventional method. So the challenges that are faced by precast technology. A survey was arranged and drifted to all the stakeholders such as contractors, architects, expert engineers, etc., associated with the appropriate of precast innovation. So information obtained from 50 reactions is analyzed from relative importance record, and the list of the challenges are displayed. So the challenges that they displayed was high initial investment in factory and economics of scale, then lack of skilled manpower. The third one was the additional burden of tax such as excise and weight, then leakage issues, joint stability issues during erection, lack of standardization, design change related issues, then requirement for huge equipment and stockyards for material handling and storage, then lack of expertise and technical know-how, complex design issues and user friendliness, scheduling lead time and delivery, need for standard manuals, schedule of rates, transportation for long distances, and incorporate of MEP services. So these were the challenges that are still India facing. So conclusion, precast could be a cost and time-saving construction method that guarantees the quality of concrete to its maximum degree. The efficiency of the construction is high and waste are least. Time savings of 20 to 35% have been illustrated utilizing precast innovations in comparison to ordinary strategy, or we can say conventional buildings. Indeed, after being very economical, it has its claim disadvantages as the precast system has not been completely implemented in India, and there is less information about the strategy in the Indian construction industry. Being a region with a greater the number of unskilled jobs, the harder it is to do work with heavy equipments without experience. To introduce precast in India, this rate ought to be increased with can offer assistance in the assembly. The tremendous housing demand utilizes precast. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Okay. Will you please tell how precast members are suitable for smaller industries, for smaller constructions? If we are thinking about precast technology, then how we can manage it? You have shown many data related to that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, so in the smaller industries, as we saw that if we do the cost comparison, time comparison, it took very less time. So if one contractor takes a small project, then he can complete that project in very short time, and then he can move to another project. So it will also beneficial for him.
Okay. Is this technology suitable for hill areas or plain areas?
Sir, because of these transportation challenges, I have showed that the transportation facilities it is very unsuitable for hilly areas. Like if we move to hilly areas, the transportation will be difficult for the components.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. You may now stop sharing your screen and let's proceed. All right,
Sure.
let me call on the next paper about the strength and cost evaluation of different types of nanomaterial concrete for economical construction using ordinary Portland cement. Author Raghavedra Prasad and co-author Nagaraj Sitaram.
Yeah, hello, am I audible?
Hi, yes, you are audible. Go ahead and share
Yeah,
your
hi
screen,
Jojo.
please. Hi.
So I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, I see your screen, but not your presentation yet. Have it in presentation mode.
Yeah, is it visible?
I'm seeing a welcome you all. Is that your presentation?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. And this is my research work, which I'm going to present now, a strength and cost evaluation of different types of nanomaterial concrete for economical construction using ordinary Portland cement.
Yeah, it's very tiny. Can you have it on a landscape mode and on a presentation mode? It's very small. There, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. And myself, Mr. Raghavendra Prasad, Assistant Professor from the Department of Civil Engineering from Jain University, Bangalore. And these are the contents which I am going to present now. And as we know, as a civil engineers, one of the major material which we used to use in the construction, that is cement, which is having a binding property. And with the cement, I am using a particle size less than 4.75 mm, that is a fine aggregate, and a particle size greater than 4.75 mm, that is a coarse aggregate I am using for this project. And mixing of this with water, we are getting one material, that is a major material, that is concrete. And these are some of the nanomaterials which I am using for my project. One is multi-valet carbon nanotubes and titanium dioxide and copper oxide. So these three nanomaterials which I am using for my project as a replacement for cement. And adding off with nanomaterial, I am using fly ash, which is a byproduct from the power plant, electrical generated power plants, which we are getting this material, that is fly ash. And I am just doing a compressive strength by preparing a concrete cube by replacing cement, partial replacing a cement with a different nanomaterials. And these are some of the researchers have done the research by using some of the nanomaterials like which I have shown, multi-valet carbon nanotubes, and they have done the research on cement paste and mortar, and they have improved the compressive strength on the cement paste and a cement mortar also. But still, the research is going on a cube, because as we know that a nanomaterial is costlier when compared to a cement. So these are the researchers who have done their research work on titanium dioxide, and even the maximum replacement up to 2% have done for cement in a cement paste or a cement mortar. And some of the researchers have done their project on using copper oxide, same for cement paste and cement mortar. So fly ash and even cement has been replaced with other different materials also, like fly ash, rice ash, GGBS, and silica fumes. And they have got up to 20% replacement has been done for cement, and it gives maximum compressive strength. But this project is, as I said in the title, it is for economical construction. So I will just explain later. So these are some of the basic tests which I have done. Fineness test, specific gravity of cement, initial and final setting time, and consistency test which I have done, and all the with by replacing a different percentages of nanomaterial for cement, and the values has been followed with the as per code. And these are the nanomaterials. Titanium dioxide I have used with the different percentages, and also a copper oxide also has been used. And finally, test on fine aggregate as well as coarse aggregate has been done. So then I have prepared a concrete with the different percentages of nanomaterial as I shown in the table For MWCNT, 0%, 0% is nothing but a zero replacement for cement, and 0.01% of MWCNT on the first table. And when it comes to second table, titanium dioxide with maximum replacement of 1% for cement. And when it comes to copper oxide, maximum percentage replacement was 2%. Then when it comes to results and discussion, so these are some of the mixed proportion. I have done a mixed design part, and these are the amount which we need to use for a preparation of a single concrete cube. And these are the compressive strength which I have conducted after curing for 28 days in room temperature. Like the same way, I have done the test after curing, keeping 24 hours in high temperature and also in low temperature. And when it comes to compressive strength, until when it comes to MWCNT, multi-wallet carbon nanotubes, we can use 0.05% replacement can be done. Above it, the compressive strength has been reduced. Like the same way, when it comes to titanium dioxide, 0.75% can be the maximum replacement. And when it comes to copper oxide, 1.20 up to 1.20 we can replace. And as the for that percentages, I have done for high temperature. As the strength has been increased, as we see in the graph, the strength has been increased from the normal concrete cube after before replacing, and after replacing with nanomaterial, the strength has been increased. Like the same way at the low temperature. And this is the comparison table using ordinary Portland cement for room temperature, for high temperature, as well as low temperature. When compared to room temperature, high temperature is giving a less value, and low temperature is also getting a less compressive strength. But when compared to normal concrete cube, we are getting a more strength, even in room temperature, high and low temperature. So finally, compressive strength increased by using a nanomaterials, which the selected nanomaterials like MWCNT, copper oxide, and titanium dioxide as replacement for cement in concrete cube, even in different temperatures. But as I said in the literature survey, so all the researchers have replaced in nanomaterials, but still they have shown that maximum compressive strength we have got. But when it comes to a real time, we have not at all using those materials in a real field. And even a normal concrete cube without replacing with any of the other materials are using in nowadays. So in my project, the main aim is to decrease maximum percentage of cement in concrete cube. So for that, I am using same fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and even nanomaterials, percentages of nanomaterials and water as constant. And for cement, I'm reducing the cement content by adding fly ash content, by keeping the percentage of nanomaterial as constant with the strength. Also, because nowadays the regular compressive strength which we are getting is around, for M20 grade concrete, is around 22 to 24 we are getting. But after adding of nanomaterials, we are getting 28 to 30 MPa we are getting. But still, we according to me, it is not required. 28 to 30 MPa, it is not at all required. And I am keeping a strength as 24 MPa only, as a normal concrete cube, which the strength is giving. That strength only I am keeping it as constant. Then the maximum replacement for room temperature for MWCNT, using MWCNT, is 39% we can replace, and the compressive strength value is also matching. Till because I said already said that I am keeping the strength and the percentage of nanomaterial as constant, and by reducing the cement content by adding the fly ash. So up to maximum 39% using MWCNT, and titanium dioxide up to 35% we have it has replaced, and copper oxide also 34% has been replaced. Like the same way, with the same percentages, I have checked for high temperature as well as low temperature, and the value has been it is matched with the 0% compressive strength value. But finally, we got the maximum replacement for cement, that is up to 39% for OPC we have done. But still, we have one doubt. Even at the beginning, I told that nanomaterials is costlier when compared to cement. So that which I have done is a cost analysis I have done. And even we are using just if it comes to MWCNT, just 0.05% of cement I am replacing, and even I am using a little amount of nanomaterial with greater compressive strength. And for cost analysis, so these are the amount which I have taken locally and with some India Mart, and using by seeing this table, the normal concrete cube, for the preparation of a normal concrete cube, it will cost around 27.98 rupees, Indian rupees. And by using MWCNT, it will take 146.86 rupees. And but when using titanium dioxide, it is little bit reduced. So 26.77 rupees when compared to normal cube, it is reduced. And 42 rupees, it is also economical when compared to normal cube using copper oxide. So this is the graph which shown. So fly ash and titanium dioxide 26.77 rupees when compared to a normal cube, which is costing around 27.98 rupees just to prepare a single cube. This cost analysis I have done for preparation of a single concrete cube. Then this is just a cost and strength analysis. And even because I have kept the strength, a compressive strength as a constant. So all the compressive strength is matching in all the temperatures like room temperature, high temperature and low temperature. And even when it comes to cost also, titanium dioxide will be little bit, it is not at all more, it will be almost all 3 to 4% less than a normal cube. And finally, a carbon emission, just a environmental application. So carbon emission reduction has been done because we have already replaced almost 39% when using MWCNT and fly ash, and even 35% we have replaced using titanium dioxide. And that means when it comes to normal cube, the 100% carbon emission is happening, out of which almost 32 to 35% we have reduced using this project. And finally, what I conclude that, so titanium dioxide when compared to multi-wallet carbon nanotubes, it will be giving more compressive strength when compared to titanium dioxide, but still it is not economical when compared to cost. So titanium dioxide will be used because it has a 12% increment in compressive strength just by using 0.75% replacement, and even 35% replacement has been happened by using fly ash as a filler material. And even when it comes to cost analysis also, it is 26.77 rupees for preparation of a single cube when compared to, which is less compared to a normal cube. And even carbon emission reduction up to 31.5% has been done. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What is the impact of fire break on these materials? Have you checked or
Yes,
not?
sir. After
Yes.
I have tested in high temperature also I have kept.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Even
Which
it is
material is
when it compared to
which material is more prone to fire break? As far as the cement is concerned, kindly compare.
As cement is confirmed, MWCNT, that is a multiviolet carbon nanotubes, it gives more compressive strength when compared to normal cube after keeping it in high temperature, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. And next, I would like to call on our next paper, the study on behavior of self-healing concrete, a review. Author Banu Pratap Singh and our co-author is Dr. Rakesh Varma or Dr. Rahindra Kumar Srivastava. Again, I'm calling on the paper Study on Behavior of Self-Healing Concrete, a review. Author Banu Pratap Singh and the co-author is Dr. Rakesh Varma and Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava.
Hello.
Hi.
Ask ma'am, give me some time, please.
Do you need more time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will call on the next and I will get back to you after.
Okay.
Next paper, please. A review on delay at signalized intersection using various delay models. Author Harsh Rai, co-author Ravi Moria, and Professor Om Prakash Netula.
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes. Yes, you are. Please go ahead and share your screen. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Pranav Kumar Pal.
Hello.
Next one. Yes. Harsh Rai.
Go
Okay.
ahead, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harsh Rai, and my topic is the review on delay at signalized intersection using various delay models. Here is the roadmap of the presentation. The first one is the biography, and then we will discuss about abstract description and the literature review, and the last one is the conclusion. I have completed my bachelor degree from a SR group of institution Lucknow in 2019 and currently pursuing MTech from Babu Banarasi Das University. My co-author is Mr. Ravi Maurya. Mr. Ravi Maurya has completed his bachelor's engineering degree from AKTU Lucknow in 2015, and he received his master degree in transportation engineering from IIT Vichu Banarsi in 2019, and is currently working as assistant professor in engineering department in Babu Banarasi Das University. The second author is Mr. Dr. Om Prakash Netula. Dr. Om Prakash Netula has done his BTech in civil engineering from NIT Surathkal, MTech in hydraulics and water research engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surathkal, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. He is currently professor and head of department of civil. Abstract. In India, estimated population is about 1.3 billion, and maximum number uses their private vehicle for completing a trip instead of public vehicle, which increases delay and conflicts on the intersection. In India, the traffic is in heterogeneous condition and mixed traffic condition and no lane restriction. And countries like USA and Russia has homogeneous traffic condition, which has strict lane restriction and traffic rules are mandatory to follow. Delay at signalized intersection can be different types such as stop time delay, travel time delay, and control delay. In this study, delay at signalized intersection is calculated with the help of different models such as SCM model, Webster model, and Turing model. All these models are suitable for homogeneous traffic condition, but in India, there is heterogeneous traffic condition which needs some modification in these models. Here is an image of heterogeneous traffic condition in India. In the first image, as you can see, there is a mixed traffic condition and there is no lane restriction. Due to it, a conflict happened on the second image that is on a signalized intersection. This shows the homogeneous traffic condition, which has low lane restriction and speed control, due to which all the vehicles are around in the same lanes and no one is restricting the rule. Description. Planning trip in India is calculating according to travel time plus stop time and the delay at the signalized intersection. Delay at signalized intersection is calculated with different model developed in past. With time, there are different modifications done in those models according to different traffic conditions. Different components are used in calculation of delay, such as camera for recording the flow of traffic, GPS for locations. Level of service is also the one important factor for the proper flow of traffic, and it can be obtained only by calculating delay for signalized intersection. Calculation of delay can also be done with the help of software by providing it all the data it required. Data like traffic volume, type of vehicle traveling at an intersection, precision car equivalent. But these software can calculate exact data for homogeneous traffic condition, but in India, heterogeneous traffic condition. So in this mixed condition, the data could not be calculated exactly. Here is an example of a software, which is PBT Wisdom. As you can see in this video, if there will be a lane restriction and a proper timing of the signals, the traffic will flow without any conflict, and heavy traffic can also flow from any directions. As you can see here, big buses, car, and all the autos and the pedestrian also can go through without any conflict. And here is the literature review. Chai Shin Quinn and Muhammad Amin Shafi. The main objective of this paper is to calculate the level of service by using SPM delay model for the calculation of delay. As you can see in this figure, if the stop time delay is less than 5 seconds, it is considered as very low level of operation and delay. The vehicle are always arrived during green phase and it is put in A. If the stop time delay is 5.1 to 15, Then low level of operation, the number of vehicles stopped at signalized intersection is more compared to level of service A. C is considered as C is the condition which we mainly see in India. C is the condition 15.1 second to 25 seconds. Medium level of operation and delay. Vehicle passing through the intersection without stopping at and unable to clear some of the vehicles. And rest are the follows of 25.1 to 40, which is put in level of service of D, 40.1 to 60, which is put in level of service of E, and the greater than 60, which is put in F. Here is the second literature review, Zioba Q. This paper focused on minimizing the average delay at signalized intersection via pre-signal and speed control on public vehicle like buses. Here in the figure, as you can see, there is a dedicated bus lane and a pre-signal is applied, and two car lane, and after the pre-signal, it is considered as mixed lane. The bus can travel from one lane without after seeing the pre-signal. If it is turned green, it can go through the main signal also. The third one is Prithi P. Abhi Varghese. The main purpose of this paper is to determine delay using modified vector model. As I have said, in India there is heterogeneous traffic condition, so we need some modification in the previous model, such as in this case modified vector model in 1958, as is shown in this formula. D is equal to C1 minus lambda square upon 2 up to 1 minus lambda x plus x square upon 2 upon q 1 minus x. This equation will remain same, but for homogeneous condition, semi-empirical adjustment, which is this formula, minus 0.65 c upon q square 1 by 3 x power 2 plus 5 lambda. This will be removed and a field delay adjustment will be added. D is the average delay per vehicle on approach. C is the cycle time. Q is the flow vehicle per second. Lambda is the proportion of cycle which is effectively green for the phase under consideration. X is the degree of saturation, and S is the saturation flow. Now we will come to the conclusion. With all the study research paper, my conclusion is all the methods which are provided in past, like HCM model, vector delay model, all these model works on lane restriction, homogeneous flow of traffic. But in India, there is no lane restriction and heterogeneous flow of traffic with lots of traffic violation, and delay can be calculated only by modifying the models. After modification in delay model, it was found to be most accurate for calculation of delay in heterogeneous traffic condition. Level of also service is also the most important for the calculation of delay. With increase in software, it is more easy to calculate delay as it only needs data and result is shown with all the graph and statistics. Here are the references which I have taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from our chair? All right, thank you so much, and let's proceed. Let me go ahead and call back structural design of raft. Oh, sorry. Eight. Study on behavior of self-healing concrete, a review by Banu Pratap Singh. Are you ready? Banu? Calling the paper on study on behavior of self-healing concrete, a review. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi, ma'am. Study on my subject is study on behavior of self-healing concrete. A review. Myself, Bhanu Pratap Singh, working as sub-divisional engineer.
Yes, sir, but your presentation is not visible.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see your screen, but can you please click on the presentation?
I am Bhanu Pratap Singh, working as sub-divisional engineer under the guidance of Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava, retired chief engineer, UPPW.
Sir, we cannot see the PowerPoint.
Okay, ma'am. Now? Hello.
No, sir. We can only see your folders.
Manu?
Open your PPT.
Also open PPT, ma'am. I can see.
Oh, if you can see your PowerPoint, can you please stop sharing and share your screen again, choosing the PowerPoint, because we're only seeing the screen on your folders. We cannot see the other screen. Can you stop sharing and share the screen again?
Hey, Manu! Manu! स्क्रीन शेयर क्यों नहीं हो रही है?
Can you share it again, please? Right, there you go. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Yes. Myself, Bhanu Pratap Singh, working as sub-divisional engineer civil. I have experience in structural engineer and maintenance works and also research scholar in civil faculty of Ram Sarup University, Barabanki, under the guidance of Dr. Rajendra Kumar Srivastava, retired chief engineer UPPWD, and co-guided by Dr. Rakesh Verma, retired chief engineer irrigation. In this paper, discuss about the behavior of self-healing concrete through collecting, sorting, analyzing, and domestic and foreign references of self-healing concrete. Self-healing concrete types of include self-healing concrete based on concrete itself, self-healing concrete based on shape, memory, alloy, bionic, self-repairing, and on microbiome. Crack formation is very common phenomena concrete structure which allows the water and different type of chemical into the concrete through the cracks and decrease their durability, strength, and which also affect reinforcement which when it comes in contact with water, CO2 and other chemicals. For repairing the cracks developed in the concrete, it requires regular maintenance and special repair, special type of treatment which will be very expensive. So to overcome from this problem, autonomous self-healing mechanism repair the crack by producing calcium carbonate crystal which block the micro cracks and pores in the concrete. The selection of the bacteria was according to their survival in the alkaline environment. The condition of growth is different for different types of bacteria. For growth, bacteria were put in medium containing different chemical at a particular temperature for a particular time period. Bacteria improve the structural properties such as tensile strength, water permeability, durability, and compressive strength to the normal concrete. Self-healing concrete is mostly defined as the ability of concrete to repair itself small crack autonomously. The idea of self-healing concrete was inspired from the animals' damaged skin of trees, and animals can be repaired autonomously. Remediating cracks in the concrete structure is important for its service, durability, and structure safety. डिस्कशन में ये है कि जैसे सेल्फ हीलिंग जो कंक्रीट पॉसिबल कॉजेज ऑफ सेल्फ हीलिंग, फर्स्ट फॉर्मेशन ऑफ कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट, सेकंड sedimentation of particles, and third, continuous hydration, fourth, swelling of the cement matrix. Bioconcrete. In this study, the potential of bacteria to act as a self-healing agent in concrete is investigated. Although the idea of use bacteria and integrated them in the concrete matrix may seem odd at first, bacteria naturally occurs virtually everywhere on the earth, not only on its surface, but also deep within sedimentation rocks. This is the calcialized crystals found by the bacteria. Peptidations are shown in this figure. These are the bacteria as a crack healer. Bacteria, Pachyruli, Delay, Holopelia, and some others. As for surface treatment, bacteria Sphaeriaceae, bacteria Sphaeriaceae, Thiobacillus bacteria. Lightweight aggregate is also used for improving the self-healing property of the concrete. Ordinary aggregate of size 2 to 4 mm, which was replaced by the lightweight aggregate of same size corresponding to the healing agent, contain 15 kg per meter cube concrete. This change will affect compressive strength. Capacity of heel cracks was substantially improved for concrete containing in lightweight aggregate. Conclusion. Introducing the bacteria into the concrete makes it very beneficial. It improves the properties of the concrete, which is more than conventional concrete. Bacteria repairs the crystal, which blocks the cracks and repairs. Many researchers done their work on a self-healing nature of concrete, and they had found the following result: that bacteria improve the property of conventional concrete, such as increase in strength. Development of calcium carbonate crystal increase the water permeability and decrease the width of crack 0.5 mm to 0.35 mm. In mathematical model, it was found that the bacterial concrete shows the better values of stress strain as compared to the control concrete for the high strength of strength grade concrete. Appendix में ये some appendix are given there, and thank you. Hello. Hello.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair? Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's proceed.
Okay.
The next paper is about a review paper on design of complex traffic signals at non-signalized intersection. Author Pranav Kumarpal and co-author is Ravi Moria.
Ma'am.
Hi, yes. I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
The screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead, please.
Ma'am, the screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Yes, Pranav, proceed.
Myself,
Have it on presentation mode, please.
wait, ma'am.
Start, Pranav, start. Presentation is started.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Wait, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Pranav Kumapal, and my presentation topic, review paper on design of complex traffic signals at non-signalized intersections. Myself, Pranav Kumapal, author of this presentation, and my first co-author, Mr. Ravi Maurya, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. And second co-author, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Natla, Professor and HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. And my guide also, Mr. Ravi Maurya. So the content of this presentation, first one is biography, second one is abstract, and third one is description and literature review and conclusion. So first of all, biography. Myself, Pranav Kumapal, and he received his bachelor degree in civil engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow in 2020. Now he's pursuing MTech second year in transportation engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. And my first author biography is Mr. Ravi Maurya. He received his bachelor degree in civil engineering from AKTU, Lucknow in 2015. He received his master's degree in transportation engineering from IIT VHU, Varanasi in 2019. He is currently working as an assistant professor in civil engineering department in Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He is having an experience of about 1.5 years in academic and research with more than 5 papers in referred national and international journals. His research interest spans both traffic studies, transportation materials, and complex transportation analysis. And second co-author biography is Professor Om Prakash Natla. He has done his BTech in civil engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surat, MTech in hydraulics and water resource engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surat, and PhD from RKDF, University Bhopal. His area of interest, pipe friction factor, domestically used pipes, and remote sensing in water resource application. He is having expertise in designing and conducting experimental fluid mechanics research problems in fluid. He has more than 127 technical research papers in international and national journal conferences. So now, abstract of this paper. As urban traffic system is heterogeneous system, which consists of different types of intersections and dynamic. Smooth traffic control is only possible when all intersections are well signalized. The conflicts shine from movements of the traffic is different direction is solved by time sharing. And the main purpose of this paper is to design traffic signals to ensure an orderly flow of traffic, provide an opportunity for pedestrian or vehicles to cross an intersection and help reduce the number of conflicts between vehicles in turning intersection from different directions. Now, description part of this paper. As we know, the population of India increased rapidly day to day in urban areas. Number of vehicles are also increased. Therefore, traffic engineers face major problems to control the traffic signals are stopped like the intersection of two or more roadways by giving a visual indication to drivers when to proceed, when slow, when to stop. Traffic engineers use signals to avoid traffic congestion and improve safety for both motorists and pedestrians alike. Traffic signals also indicate to drivers when they may make a turn. In this way, traffic signals controls the flow of traffic without any conflict and interruption. So this picture shows about the traffic signals, like on the upper part of this pole, like red light. Red light means stop the vehicle, and middle yellow light. Yellow light means ready to stop. In this figure, as we saw that two pedestrians cross the road when the red light is on, and the vehicles also stop at this on this side. And here some children cross the road when the red light is on. In this figure, we can see that green light is on, then pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicles are moved one place to another. And in this figure, it is the intersection of any road, which is perfectly signalized. And some literature review about that topic. MS Siraji and BT Morris. Intersections in 2017. Intersections are known for their integral and complex nature due to a variety of the participant behavior and interactions. Behavior and safety assessment are fundamental elements used for improving safety and preventing accidents at intersections. Different behaviors are manifested by the various intersection participant, and behaviors can provide a multitude of design objectives. Pedestrian waiting time and crossing behavior can be used for the design of crosswalk signals. And second one is Vidya and Banu Vayam. In 2010, a modern traffic signal system consists of three basic subsystems: the signal lights in their housing, the supporting arms or poles, and the electric controller. The signal lights and housing are known as the signal light stack. A single stack usually consists of three lights: a green light on the bottom to indicate the traffic may proceed, a yellow light in the middle to warn traffic to slow and prepare to stop, and a red light on the top to indicate the traffic must stop. Each light has a Fresnel lens, which may be surrounded by a visor to make it easier to see the light in bright sunlight. And the Rekha and Kartika 2009 Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices is a document issued by the Federal Highway Administration of United States Department of Transportation of specify the standards by the which traffic signs, road surface marking, and traffic signals are designed, installed, and used. Traffic control devices direct, guide, and inform drivers by offering visual or tactile indicators. Devices fall into four main categories: signs, signals, route design, and marking, and barriers are channelizers. Within Banu 2007, the signal is designed to develop a density-based dynamic traffic signal system. The signal timing changes automatically on sensing the traffic density at the junction. IR sensors are used to monitor the density of the vehicles at the junction. The signals from the IR receiver are fed to a microcontroller to follow different time for level of traffic. And last one is Shaima Makbul Ullah Savil in 2005. Smart traffic lights are a vehicle traffic control system that combines traditional traffic lights with an array of sensors and artificial intelligence to intelligently route vehicles and pedestrian traffic. They can form part of bigger intelligent transport system. The main aim to realize smooth flow of vehicles in the transportation routes. Smart traffic lights use data from sensor, camera, GPS, vehicles, and other devices to detect patterns of traffic and the volume of vehicles, pedestrian and bicyclist approaching and intersections. And nowadays, a modern traffic signal system consists of three basic subsystems: the signals, lights in their housing, the supporting arms or poles, and the electric control. And the complex signals have other costs: turn, arrow, make, signal cycles longer. This get more cars through the intersection, but everyone waits longer for a green light, and the street becomes a barrier to walking. The delay to pedestrian and non-rush hour driver may exceed the time saved from reduced congestion, but the traffic engineer would not know without data on a peak travel, something that rarely measured. So the conclusion of the purpose of this paper is to design a safe and efficient traffic flow and to assign the right way to minimize delay at intersections and also reduce the rate of accidents. And good quality social benefit has been made through the application of traffic signals, and the application result shows that the traffic signals control will improve. And these are the references for the literature review.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair? If none, let's proceed. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now let me call on our next presenter. The paper about the study on strength on concrete with partial replacement on coarse aggregate with e-waste. Author Parth Zengar and co-author Maud Adil, Bilal Siddiqui, and Professor Om Prakash Netula.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please. Start from the beginning and have it on presentation mode. Thank you so much. You may proceed.
First of all, tell me that I'm audible to you or not. And the screen is okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, so my topic is the study on the strength of concrete by the partial replacement of a post aggregate with the e-waste. So I'm the author of this research paper. I'm currently pursuing the BTech from Civil Engineering Department of Babu Banarasi Das University, and the co-author of this research paper is Muhammad Adil. He also pursuing the BTech from the Civil Engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University. The guided is by the Bilal Siddiqui. Bilal Siddiqui was born in the Barabanki, Uttar Pradesh in 92. He received the bachelor's degree in civil engineering from AKTU Lucknow in 2014. He received his master's degree in structural engineering from Integral Lucknow in 2016. He is currently serving as an assistant professor in civil engineering department in Babu Banarasi Das University. So the topic is by partially replacing the coarse aggregate with electronic waste. So cement concrete is a very popular building material because of its mobility in the plastic state, and when the solidified becomes a hard material capable to take a very high compressive load, about 70% of the concrete volume compressive of aggregate, which not only gives the bulk to the concrete mix but also take the considerable amount of load properties of concrete produced from it. The experimental work carried out to the study the effectiveness of e-waste to be used as partially replacement of a coarse aggregate e-waste is the discrete being designed, and the replacement level test were 15 to 20% from every replacement level slump test, and the compressive test is carried. The use of the electronic waste is carried out is one of the effective way to deposit e-waste, which otherwise would be lying in the landfills, creating the environment issues. The property of the e-waste concrete can be defined as a composite material consisting of mixture of mortar or concrete and uniformly disappear suitable e-waste material. In this research, we have used only print circuit board (PCB). PCB are used as a coarse aggregate material in concrete to study the effects on the compressive strength, economic concrete, and the reduce the environment problem created by the improper disposal of e-waste. As we tested the test the electronic by replacing the coarse aggregate with the electronic waste, there has been a different number of a percentage has come out from the experiment. When M25 grade concrete with a 10% of e-waste and 15% of the fly ash is compared with the plain M20 grade concrete, it can be observed that there is a decrease in the compressive strength of a concrete by 15%. When M20 grade concrete with a 20% of e-waste and 15% of fly ash is compared with plain M25 grade concrete, it can be observed that there is a decrease in the compressive strength by 7%. It can be noted that there is an increase by the 8% of compared to the previous specimen. And these all the appendix, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Hello, Parth.
Yes, sir.
My question is that how to select the type of e-waste for partial replacement?
So by so first of all that which come from the e-waste from the from the television, and by all the सर जितना भी ई-वेस्ट है जैसे लैपटॉप का कंप्यूटर का उन सब by putting them
Thank
inside
you. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation, and let's proceed. The paper for Building Rating Systems, a critical review on their sustainability compatibility. Author, Divya Mohanan, co-author Dr. Deepa Nair.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please share your screen, have it in presentation mode, and proceed.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
It is.
Okay, good evening, all. I'm here to present a review paper, that is Building Rating Systems, a critical review on the sustainability compatibility. Myself, Divya Mohan, I'm working as Assistant Professor in MES College of Engineering, Kuttipuram, and Research Scholar in Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kerala. And my guide is Dr. Deepa G. Nair, who is an Associate Professor in QZAT. And my review attempts to offer a very comprehensive literature review, comprehensive review on 7 popular building rating systems, which I have chosen after an intensive study. That is LEED US, BREEAM UK, CASP from Japan, DGNB from Germany, and our national rating systems, that is GRIHA, LEED India, and IGBC. And my aim was to scrutinize, say, macro areas or criteria with the various segments of sustainability, and hence highlight the need for a rating system which addresses all the pillars of sustainability. In the present scenario, all of us have heard or will be hearing constantly sustainability, sustainable development, use global warming, renewable energy, etc., etc. Now, what is this word sustain? If you hear the word sustain, automatically from the dictionary we say sustain means to maintain forever. Similarly, sustainability or sustainable development, a popular or most recognized definition was given in the Our Common Future Brundtland Commission in 1987, and the most accepted definition of sustainable development is meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. And we all know we have to use resources such that our future generation also can use it. So sustainability is the possibility that human and other forms of life on Earth will flourish forever. So sustainable development has come into various fields, especially also to our building industry. Now, this sustainability can be broken into 3 pillars of sustainability, or the 3 Ps, or the 3P principle. That is, whenever we consider a material or any industry to be sustainable, minimum 3P concept has to be followed. 3P concept means the sustainable, that is, people, planet, and profit or prosperity has to be considered equally. These aspects, when considered equally, there will be a balance and ultimately a truly sustainable outcome can be obtained. If any of these elements become out of balance or one is given a higher priority, then holistic sustainability cannot be achieved. Once this sustainable development definition came into picture in 1987, it became a foundation for various fields, which I had earlier told, including the building sector, to consider sustainability. And after 1980s, many building rating systems evolved that addresses sustainability in one way or other. Now we'll see, what is building rating systems? A building rating system is basically a reference tool that assesses a building's performance and evaluates its impact on the environment and society. It has a stipulated set of criteria that pertains to the design, construction, operations of the building. That is from the cradle stage of the building to the demolition stage. Now, the various rating, this is a figure which shows the various rating tools which have been evolved worldwide. The first introduced rating tool in 1990 is BREEAM in UK, followed by LEED in US. And from these are the 2 popular and leading rating systems from which various other rating systems were followed. So in my study, I have taken BREEAM and LEED as these are the 2 popular rating systems. Then I have chosen a few 2 custom-made rating systems which does not have a LEED or BREEAM base, that is DGNB from Germany and CASP from Japan. And then our national rating systems, GRIHA, IGBC and LEED India. Okay, so there are more than 15 plus international rating systems and many other national rating systems. Now, very brief review of the 7 rating systems of which I have taken. So BREEAM is Building Research Establishment Environmental Assessment System. This is the third party as a certification system, and it certifies for new constructions in new buildings, refurbishments, communities and infrastructures. And the main criteria which they assess are energy, health and well-being, transport, water, minerals, waste, land use ecology, management and pollution. Okay, these are the main criteria or macro areas, and there are, each of these have many sub criteria which are given points, and ultimately all these points add up and the building is awarded a star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star or 5-star. If you get a 5-star, we say the building is outstanding. Similarly, the other rating systems also has various criteria and points. Like we have LEED. LEED is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. LEED gives certification to a variety of building constructions, and similar to BREEAM, here also they have 8 macro areas, which is similar to BREEAM: sustainable sites, water efficiency, energy and atmosphere, material and resources, indoor environmental quality, locations, which is similar to sites, then awareness, education, innovation in design and regional priority. All these points have sub-criteria, and all these add up to a point of 110. And according to the points gained, we can LEED buildings are given platinum certification, gold, silver, or just certified if they have just pass points. Then CASPI of Japan, a comprehensive assessment system for building energy efficiency. CASPI is clear environmental efficient assessment rating system. And here the building environment efficiency is calculated by Q by L. And here B offers Class B, Class B plus, Class A, Class S certifications. And then we have DGNB, which is Germany rating system followed in Germany. And again, all these are third-party assessment systems. And here, DGNB is more sustainability or three-pillar sustainability followed rating system. Here they consider environmental quality, economic quality, socio-cultural and functional quality, as well as technical quality of various elements of the buildings. And they award the corresponding points. Then our green building rating systems, LEED USGBC, that is, we follow, LEED India follows LEED USGBC criteria. Then our Indian Green Building Council has, again, a similar set of criteria, which has site water efficiency, management, then site efficiency, solid waste management, etc. And we have also Griha rating system, that is green rating for integrated habitat assessment, which also has a 32 criteria sets. Now, I have, with the help of a bar chart, I have shown the various categories on the y-axis and the weightages or points awarded for each in the x-axis. And this is a bar chart showing the criteria and weight analysis for LEED and green. So just very at a first look, we can see that LEED, the maximum weightage of 35 plus is given to energy atmosphere. Similarly, BREEAM, here again, the maximum point has been awarded to energy, followed by health and well-being, that is indoor environment and management. Then DGNB, here we can see an equal weightage of 22.5 is given to technical quality criteria, social, cultural, economic, and environmental quality. Then similarly, CASB here gives highest priority to energy, which is 0.4 out of 0.5 is given to energy. Then in our national rating system case also, LEED India, IGBC, energy and atmosphere or energy efficiency is given the highest weightage, followed by the building materials and sustainable sites. Then Griha, again, energy efficiency is given the maximum point, followed by water management and sustainable building materials. So these are the category or macro areas and their point or credits provided in various rating systems. Now we'll see how much each rating system is compatible with the three pillar sustainable development. That is, what are the three pillars? Economic pillar or economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. So here you can see economic sustainability means if we go for my building, if I am going for a certification, I have to look into the economic part also. When I construct a building and I want to go for certification, my economic value or the economic cost related to it should be considered. Similarly, once my building has come into construction or as a part of the construction from the cadre stage, what are the environmental impacts and what are the technical resources, technical factors I have to consider. And then the social aspects such as social equity or neighborhood, etc., should also be considered. All these has to be considered equally. Then only I can say my building construction or the building I'm constructing is sustainable or has to reach a sustainable development. Now, looking into the sustainability of, that is, SCS is the socio-cultural sustainability, ES is economic sustainability, ENVS is environmental sustainability. We'll see how much all the 7 rating systems are compatible with all these, or how much each is considered. So at a glance, it is clear that the orange bar, that is environmental sustainability, is given highest priority in all the rating systems. Then BREEAM or DGNB and Griha give slight importance to economic sustainability, whereas LEED, CASPI, LEED, and our IGBC does not consider economic sustainability. And even though socio-cultural sustainability has been considered or given thought in some of the rating systems, social equity or neighborhood development, etc., has not been considered, except these social factors are related to the workers in construction, not the users. So from the graphs and from my study, the results, it's seen that international rating systems, that is BREEAM and LEED, gives emphasis to reduce resource depletion and environment damage. And it is evident that high priority is given to environment in all these leading international and also our national rating systems, as we have followed our basis from the international rating systems. Then all the rating systems provide different environmental aspects such as energy efficiency, water efficiency, material efficiency, indoor environmental quality enhancement, waste reduction, etc. has been given thought. Many others has opined that very little attention is given to economic sustainability, and though social factors have been looked into, it does not consider social equity of the users or quality of life of the users. So to conclude, I say that the relationship between humans and their environment is determined not only by the environmental factors, but also by social factors such as quality of life, equity, social equity, etc., and other choices made in terms of the political, economic, and other systems adopted by the mainstream society. Hence, my review highlights that there is a need for updating the existing environmental assessment frameworks, or we should introduce a new sustainability framework which properly include all the subsets of sustainability into their rating mechanisms. And these are some of the references which I have referred. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yes, Divya ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please explain in brief carbon footprint.
The carbon footprint of it is actually the amount of greenhouse gases which are emitted. But actually, that is again considering the environmental aspect, and this carbon footprint effect is taken into consideration in all rating systems.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that presentation. And now let's proceed to our next paper, which is about a review of non-motorized vehicles characteristics and behavior on urban road. Author Ankit Kumar Pathak and co-authors Bilal Siddiqui and Professor Prakash Netula. Again, the next paper is about a review of non-motorized vehicles characteristics and behavior on urban road. Author Ankit Kumar Pathak, co-author Bilal Siddiqui, and Professor Prakash Netula. Okay, let's proceed with the paper about earthquake vibration control using modified frame shear wall. Author Kumari Rekha Yadav and co-author Vikas Singh. Hi.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Hi, sir. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am, please.
Have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Ma'am, my screen is available?
Not yet.
Anurag, proceed you.
Yes, sir. Is my screen available, ma'am?
Yes, it is, but not your presentation. There you go. Have it on landscape mode and on presentation mode.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, all of you. My name is Anurag Yadav, and I'm here to show my page on the topic earthquake vibration control using modified frame shear wall. And my co-members are Kumari Rekha Yadav, Vikas Singh, Deepak Yadav, Prashant Kumar Singh, Anurag Yadav. And our guide is Mr. Mohammad Afaq sir. And this is our biography of our members of the group, Kumari Rekha Yadav, Vikas Singh, Deepak Yadav, Anurag Yadav, as follows. In earthquake regions, major problem is rehabilitation of vulnerable buildings. In recent past, a number of techniques have been developed to strengthen and rehabilitation of the buildings in these regions. However, occupants are disturbed following these strengthening and rehabilitation techniques because vacation of buildings. In present study, a new strength technique for exterior shear walls have been discussed and the reversed follows. Description. An experimental investigation for external RC shear wall application was conducted by Mr. M.Y. Kalkati, M. Ozak, and M.H. Arslan in September 2010. This literature dealing with the strength and rigidity of various reinforced concrete buildings in Turkey, which are recently damaged by destructive earthquakes, is not at a sufficient level. Therefore, earthquake causes a significant loss of life and economy. Performance of buildings during the past earthquakes in around India. In the first half of 19th century, 6 heavy earthquakes of eminent degree of 8 plus had faced by India. Some of them are as follows. In 1819, Kutch earthquake. In 1897, Shillong earthquake. 1905, Kangra earthquake, and so on. Among these, 3 of earthquake had occurred in Himalayan region and is considered to be subjected to extreme earthquake of amplitude 8 or more. In the second half of the 19th century, such kind of large and eminent earthquake of 8 plus magnitude have not occurred. The important earthquake which are to be considered because of heavy damage were Anjar in 1956, Kapkote in 1958, Badgam in 1962, in Koina in 1967, and so as. Earthquake vibration control using modified frame shear wall. Guidelines for epoxy grouted dowels in seismic streaming areas were introduced by 1988. This study on guidelines for epoxy grouted dowels in seismic strengthening projects. Frequently, it is necessary to strengthen existing concrete structures for improved seismic performance, either after a damaging earthquake or in preparation for a future extent. This work always involves attaching a new concrete or steel member to the existing structure. Epoxy grouted dowels are ideal for this. Conclusion. From study done, results obtained, we reach on conclusion that these buildings can be strengthened by determining the degree of their susceptibility to weaken by using external shear wall along with the parallel side of building and connected effectively the external shear wall and existing building using dowel bar of required diameter. Steel bar to act as a homogeneous structure when lateral forces act upon. Earthquake engineering as per August 2, 1988, Tokyo, Japan, Volume 3, the guidelines for seismic upgrading of building structures, National Research Council of Canada, December. Retrofit of RC shear walls, the 14th World Conference on Earthquake Engineering, October 12-17, 2008, Beijing, China. Thank you, everyone. Hello. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm done with my PPT, ma'am.
Mr. Anurag,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please explain base shear.
Sir, you are not audible, sir. So,
My
shear
question
wall?
is that. My question is that. Anurag,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please tell the question.
my question is that what is base shear?
So, base shear. So, are you asking about?
And shear wall.
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let us proceed on next. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair? All right. And thank you so much for that presentation. And let's proceed to our next paper. Let me call on the paper about eradication of iron from groundwater using affordable filter technique. Author Banitha and co-author Dr. N.K. Rajan. Hi.
Hi, ma'am. A very good evening to one and all present here. So I'm Vanitha, working as assistant professor and doing my research in Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. And I'm guided by Dr. N.K. Rajan. He is professor and head, M&M Jain Engineering College, Chennai. Am I audible and you all can see my slides?
Yes, go ahead.
My research title is Eradication of Iron from Groundwater Using Affordable Filter Technique. Affordable, it's nothing but low-cost filter technique. And this paper deals with the low-cost filter technique. Even in rural areas, we can have this low-cost filter technique. We all know that water is one of the essential for all the living thing, for all living things for the survival. So good health condition depends on the purity of water. But nowadays we can't get the pure water, good quality water, because water may expose to various activities such as industrial, agricultural, domestic, etc., which leads to the deterioration of water. Totally your water quality got deteriorated. So water quality problem typically associated with various concentration, and particularly in Chennai near Anna Nagar, so high concentration of iron content is there. So we concentrate in that particular place, and I tried in my project to bring the level of iron concentration to 0.3 mg per liter. This is a permissible limit as per World Health Organization as well as Bureau of Indian Standards. And here I have used the natural adsorbents. So with the chemicals, we can reduce the concentration, but I have focused on the natural adsorbents, or we can say eco-friendly adsorbents like sugarcane bahes as one of the adsorbent. And I've used another one, neem powder is one of the natural adsorbent that have been selected as low-cost filtering extractor. And here I have used the sugarcane bahes, and I've removed 61.16% of iron content, nearly 90% of that iron. I have removed with 150 grams of adsorbent, whereas pre-treated neem powder removes 50.48% of iron content with 150 grams of adsorbent. So I have tried with starting with 50 grams, 100 grams, 150 grams. So I have got the results of 150 grams of adsorbent. And these are all my objectives in this paper: to study the existing water filtration methods and to design a low-cost filtration model using natural adsorbents or eco-friendly adsorbents, and to eliminate the effects of the iron content in drinking water, as well as I have focused for the construction purpose also, because during the construction, while curing or while making the concrete, if the iron content is more in that water, then your it's going to be rust in it. Okay, then the strength of the concrete will be getting reduced. So to clear that, to remove that, I have planned both for drinking as well as for construction purpose by means of bringing the iron concentration to the permissible limit. And here I have did the analysis of various natural adsorbents used for the identification of water purification and to remove the iron content which causes corrosion in the reinforcement at constructional works. Anyway, in the construction industry, advanced the painting of all steel rods have introduced. But even though that iron content is going to be rust in it, so we need to remove the iron content, particularly if you're going to use for the construction purpose. And this is the methodology that I have followed. First, I have collected all the groundwater samples nearly from the 5 locations, and I have did the analysis for the raw water samples, and I have determined all the parameters, particularly iron, and I have selected the natural adsorbents, and I have prepared the model, just low cost model, like our water filter. Then I have did the sample analysis, and I have once again analysis the filtered sample once again in the laboratory, and I have compared the results, and finally I came to the conclusion and recommendation. So I have selected the place Annanagar. So in that 5 locations I have chosen. So 5 samples I have taken for the iron analysis, and these are all the WHO standards, and these are all the water parameters. So in that I have concentrated particularly in iron, because I am focusing not only for domestic purpose, also this water is going to be used for construction industry to avoid the rust in your steel. So total hardness, turbidity, iron, chloride, alkalinity, in total dissolved solids, nitrate and phenate. Excuse me. Yeah. So I have concentrated in this iron. So actually the desired range is 0.3 mg per liter. So I am focusing on the desired range, that is permissible limit, and I have started my research. And these are all the water analysis that I have did in campus. Total hardness, chloride test, alkalinity test, turbidity test with the help of a nepherometric turbidity unit, and total hardness by means of titration I have completed. And chloride test again by means of titration, and alkalinity by means of titration. And pH and all I have found and I have got the value with the help of pH meter. And these are all the results that I have got from the raw water sample. So for the 5 samples, I have tested all these water parameters, and the most thing is iron. So in the sample 1 only it's maximum. So for the remaining samples, it's okay. And coming to the sample 3, it's in the permissible limit only. And sample 4 is also, it's in the permissible limit. So due to that means near to the location 1, or we can say the sample 1, because of the effluence from the nearby industries, so your iron content is getting to the groundwater. I have taken bore water only for all these samples, collection of samples. So sample 1 I have concentrated because its concentration is very high, it's 1.3. So I have tried to bring it to the permissible limit with the use of natural adsorbents. So these are all the natural adsorbents are available for the removal of iron. Actually, we can remove not only by means of this adsorbents with the help of filtration model, also we can remove the iron with the help of water softeners and also the shock chlorination. Your water softeners is generally used for the removal of hardness from the water, but along with the removal of hardness, we can also remove the amount of iron from the water. So water softeners is also one of the method for the removal of iron, but generally iron filters is going to be used commonly for the removal of iron. And these are all the natural adsorbents like rice ash, maize cobs, sugarcane behaze, neem leaves, coconut coir, coconut shell charcoal, and apart from that, amla tree bark and banana peel powder is also used for the removal of iron. And all these are cheaply available as well as easily available, and also it's eco-friendly material. So we can go with that and we can get the positive results. And these are all the collection adsorbents. So it's locally available material. So that sugarcane behaves as It's nothing but the fiber waste left after the juice extraction. And Bahez contains mainly that cellulose, hemicellulose, pentosanes, lignins, sugars, fats, and minerals. Composition of sugarcane Bahez contains cellulose 30 to 48%, and the hemicellulose is from 19 to 24, and lignin is from 23 to 32. And coming to the neem leaves, we all know that neem trees are more in the village side as well as that rural areas. So we can easily collect it and we can make them dry under the sunlight. And by the time the chlorophyll, which helps in reducing the greenish color and will become brown in color, and your bitter test also we can be removed it by means of drying it. Later they are dried in a dry air oven, then pressed to form in coarse powder form. So by means of handy way, we can do that crushed form after making it to dry. And this is a pre-treatment of sugarcane Bahez. So sugarcane Bahez soaked in 0.1 normality of sodium hydroxide for 24 hours for the whole night. And then after it, you have to make it dry in a dry air oven. So your neem is only under sunlight, but your sugarcane Bahez, we have to make it dry in a dry oven for the drying process. And your neem leaf powder just under the sunlight, we can make it dry, and the pre-treated neem is ready for the filter media. And apart from that, the natural absorbents, so generally for any filtration model, for any filtration process, even for rainwater harvesting, we are using this plain sand as well as gravel chips as a filter media. So here also in this filtration model also I have used plain sand, and the plain sand I have used whatever the sand sample that I have got from the markets, I have sieved through 600 microns and I have used as a filter media, sand media. And coming to the gravel chips, so the gravel chips used for filtration that I have shown in this photograph. So these two medias I have used as a filter media for my project. And this filtration model I have developed. It's a low-cost filtration model. And I have length, I have kept 30 centimeter and diameter of 7.5 centimeter. It's a very simple model. Okay, so even in rural areas, they can have like a water filter. And I have prepared SCB in filter media, and I have poured the raw water for the filtration process. And after that, I have collected through this tap, small tap, whatever the water is filtered by means of passing through the various filter media. I have collected the filtered water and I have given to the lab, and I have got the results. So coming to the neem leaves powder also, I have poured the raw water filtration by means of providing the neem powder in a filtering media, and I have collected the filtered water. And these are all the results that I have got. So compared to neem leaves powder, amount of sugarcane Bahez with the use of 150 grams, I have bring the concentration from 1.3 to 0.35. So we got the concentration, it's within the permissible limit. But compared to the neem leaves, it's 0.41, but it's 0.35. So sugarcane Bahez proved to be a good effective removal of iron from the groundwater when compared to the neem leaves. So here I have shown by means of graph. So here the sugarcane Bahez removes nearly 90% of the iron concentration, and neem powder it's just 79%. So your sugarcane Bahez gives better results when compared to the neem powder. And coming to the conclusion, adsorption is actually a highly physicochemical process. It's an effective process also for the removal of heavy metals. So we can remove this iron easily by means of this adsorption process. And we are facing so many problems because of iron content in the water. So for the human skin and for the human health, even for the preparation of food and beverages, and it will make strains on your fixtures, pipe fixtures and appliances, and it will damage the pipes also by means of the rusting. So to avoid all these things, we need to have this adsorption process using eco-friendly adsorptions for the removal of iron concentration from the groundwater. Here, the only limitation is your backwash water requirement is essential for the filter media to run effectively, because the iron particles will come and contact with the filter media. So we need to do some backwash water treatment. And sand is being the cheapest absorbing surface, and which is very effective in the removal of dissolved iron from the drinking water. And here the rate of filtration is also very high. The only demerit is because of clogging, because of choking of iron particles in it, bacterial layer may be formed. So that's why we are doing that wash water treatment. And coming to this, pre-treated sugarcane bahais proved to be a good result in the removal of iron when compared to the pre-treated neem leaves powder. And again, I am confident that low-cost filter only we are providing for the removal of iron in this project. And finally, that filtered water will be using for both drinking and construction purpose. Thank you all. Thank you all the chairpersons as well as organizers.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right, no questions. Let's proceed. Let me call on, again, thank you so much for that presentation. And let me call on our next presenter, Geopolymer Concrete, author Shivam Verma. And
Hello, ma'am.
co-author, hi. Go
Good
ahead and
evening,
share
ma'am.
your screen, please.
Yes.
All right, have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Shivam Verma, and I'm pursuing MTech from BBD University, Lucknow. And today I'm representing my research topic on geopolymer concrete. The co-author of the topic are Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, Assistant Professor of BBD University, and the Dr. Om Prakash Netula, who is HOD and the Professor of Civil Engineering Department of BBD University, Lucknow. Today, my research topic is on geopolymer concrete. Here in the abstract, concrete is made up of cement, aggregate water, and additives. In the world's most consumed construction material, since it is found to be a more versatile, durable, and reliable, concrete is the second most consumed material after the water, which require large quantity of Portland cement. The production of ordinary Portland cement causes havoc to the environment due to the emission of CO2, as well as mining also result in recoverable loss to nature. Estimate carbon emission from cement production in 1994 were 307 metric tons of million tons of carbon, in which 160 million tons of carbon from calcination and 147 million tons of carbon from energy use, which account for 5% of 1994 global anthropogenic CO2 emission. Hence, it is need to be to find an alternative material to existing most expensive cement concrete. Geopolymer concrete shows the greenery substitute for ordinary Portland cement. Concrete in some applications. In this paper, briefly review the structure properties of geopolymer concrete and its application. Here, an introduction of GPC, geopolymer concrete. Geopolymer concrete is an innovative construction material which shall be produced by chemical action of inorganic molecules, fly ash, and a byproduct of coal obtained from the thermal power plant is plenty available worldwide. Fly ash is rich in silica, and alumina react with the alkaline solution, produces aluminosilicate gel that act as a binding material for the concrete. It is an excellent alternative construction material to the existing plain cement concrete. Geopolymer concrete shall be produced without using any amount of ordinary Portland cement. There is a chart shown in which fly ash production million tons per year in different countries. In this chart, we can clearly see India produced 112 million tons of fly ash in a year, which is big quantity amount of waste generated from the thermal power plant and coal-fired power plants. In geopolymer concrete, the role of fly ash is major and it can be used for manufacturing of geopolymer concrete. Here, composition of geopolymer concrete, cement concrete mixes are first fly ash, second GGBS, ground granulated blast furnace slag, fine aggregate and coarse aggregate, and the last is catalytic system, liquid system. Basically, it is an alkaline activator solution for geopolymer cement concrete. It is a combination of solution of alkali silicate and hydroxides beside distilled water. The role of ASS is to activate the geopolymeric solution source material containing Si and alumina such as fly ash and ground granulated blast furnace slag. And they are the products in which for making GPC. They are the product fly ash, alkaline liquid, and the other products in which are used for making geopolymer concrete. There is a mixing method where all the constituents are mixed together in a pan mixture of 80. The aggregate are prepared in a saturated surface, dry condition, are kept in a plastic bucket with lid. The fly ash and the aggregate are first mixed together, dry in a 80 liters capacity pan mixer. After that, the liquid component of the mixture is then added to the dry material and the mixing continuously, usually for another 4 minutes. Then the fresh concrete could be handled up to 120 minutes without any sign of setting and without any degradation in the comparative strength. Fresh geopolymer concrete ready for placing. Here the boundary between the geopolymer binder, aggregate and reinforcement process. Silica and alumina atoms in source material dissolving using alkaline solution. Source material include fly ash, ground glass, blast furnace, slag, silica fumes, gel formed by applying heat. This gel bind aggregates and unreacted sources material forming geopolymer concrete. Mechanism of geopolymer concrete. Dissolution of silica and alumina atoms take place through the action of the hydroxide ions. Precursor ions condense to form monomers. Polycondensation of monomers to form polymeric structure. This framework form is called polysilicate. Silate stands for the silica oxo aluminate building units. Chain and ring cross-link together silicon oxo aluminate bridge. Why we use geopolymer concrete? Because geopolymer concrete is an innovative, eco-friendly construction material. It can reduce the demand of ordinary Portland cement, which leads CO2 emission. Cement concrete In geopolymeric concrete, cement is not used as a binding material. Fly ash, silica fumes, or GGBS, along with alkali solution, are used as binder. Combine waste product into useful products. Setting mechanisms depend on polymerization. Curing temperature is between 60 to 90 degrees Celsius. It protects water bodies from contamination due to fly ash, silica fumes, ground granulated blast furnace slag. Produce a more durable infrastructure. Here data comparison between the geopolymer concrete and Portland cement concrete. First property is settling time. Settling time of the Portland cement is 30 minutes to 300 minutes, and the geopolymer setting time is 10 to 60 minutes. Usually as faster than Portland cement, but depend on raw materials, reactivity, and alkali concentration. Compressive strength. The Portland is having a 33 to 53 megapascal after 28 days, where the geopolymer concrete is having 30 to 120 megapascal after 7 days. The strength can be tailored by optimizing raw material reactivity and alkali concentration. Durability of Portland cement is only moderate, and geopolymer having more durable than Portland cement. Remark: geopolymers aluminosilicate based system which are resistant to acid attack. Environmental impact of the Portland cement: CO2 emission 800 to 900 kilo per tons, where the geopolymer is having 150 to 200 kilograms per ton. CO2 emission in geopolymer is during production of alkali hydroxide and silicate from carbonate embodies energies 4000 to 4400 megajoule per ton of the Portland cement, and for geopolymer it's 2200 to 2400 megajoule per ton. And mostly uses waste byproduct with no embodies energy. Water requirement for Portland cement is around 600 liters per ton, and for the geopolymer it's around 450 liters per ton. Geopolymer do not need curing with water, unlike Portland cement. Advantage of geopolymer concrete are it's high compressive strength, it's having high tensile strength, low creep, low drying shrinkage, resistant to heat and cold, chemical resistant, highly durable, and fireproof. And some disadvantages of the geopolymer concretes are difficult to create because it requires special handling. Chemical like sodium hydroxide are harmful to humans. High cost of alkaline solution premix only sold only by as a premix or precast material. Geopolymerization process is sensitive, lack uniformity. Discussion of future development. More studies and wide-scale acceptance for using geopolymer concrete and precast concrete product, making GPC more user-friendly by using lower amount of alkaline solution, producing more cost-effective geopolymers, replacing fine aggregate with quarry sand, and demand for natural sand increase. Studies on fiber reinforced geopolymer concrete for improving flexure strength. Here, conclusion. Geopolymer concrete is a promising construction material due to its low carbon dioxide emission, high early strength, low creep and shrinkage, acid resistance, and fire resistance make it better used than OPC, ordinary Portland cement. Widespread application in precast industries due to its high production, short duration, less breakage during transportation. Enhance research along with the acceptance required to make it greater advantage to the industry. Here are some references I have taken to for the research of the geopolymer concrete. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And
Thank you,
let's
Shiva.
proceed with our
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
our last presenter for today. The paper is about a review on self-healing concrete. Author Vandana Kushwaha and co-author is Niti Mishra.
Might not be present. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Last call, a review on self-healing concrete. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the participants for today. I congratulate you all and thank you so much for our session chairs, patience, and cooperation. I would like to thank our beloved professors, CEO, our very own CEO of IFERP, keynote speakers, paper presenters who joined us today on our first day of ICCEASI 2021.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
And tomorrow, the conference will continue with technical session, followed by the valedictory session, in which we will have our valedictory keynote session and announcement of the best paper and the best paper presentation awards. Certificates and proceeding and many more will be requested to join. All of you are requested to join the valedictory session too. Thank you so much for joining us today, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. See you all tomorrow. Have a great day. This is your host, Jojo. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
नहीं यार